Okay. Let's see here. It is time once again to do some Dungeons and Dragons. Welcome in. Hello. We're gonna do a quick snap start up here and try and get better at just bam hitting the ground running, just pew, just pew, you know what I'm saying, like that, like pew, you know what I'm saying, yeah, yeah. But either way, hello, how you doing? What's up? Meow. Let me turn a fan on, but not make it so you guys can hear it. Cause hot damn, summertime. So yeah, we're on episode 77. Look at them go. Look at them go. But we did leave off with a rather interesting, into the previous session. So how about we let them tell you the story? I think that would be wonderful. All right, let's get this shindig rolling. I would never. All right. So who would like to do the recap, Rooney?
Wow. I don't even remember. Let's see. Well, we
I believe in
definitely we
you.
were in the cave of destruction and we were confronted by multiple tentacle creatures and weren't there there was a whole cave of corpses and like maggots and stuff. And then there were there were tentacle beasts and we kind of fought them and we won against them. And then I wonder what happened.
I wonder if Cry's here tonight.
There was
Cry
lots
show
of
up.
fighting.
I got some stuff for Cry if they show up tonight.
Hmm.
I just remember the
Okay, we
end
also
very
went back
vividly.
in and explored the cave and found a magic
Yes.
barrier that was doing some weird stuff to some of our friends. Inanna got knocked out. Cha was
This-
carrying her around.
Specifically, the magic barrier wasn't knocking people out; it was acting as hold person.
Right. And
Whole person.
beyond that, I think Kozik dispelled it. Beyond that, there was an
Oh,
inner
magic worked
sanctum.
again.
Yep. And then there was an inner sanctum where hobgoblins had sacrificed themselves, presumably to summon the tentacled beast that they were feeding all of these people to. And we continued through the cave, and I think then we exited or came
Yeah.
came
After
back
quite a
to
bit of
the,
discussion about what we were doing next. Yeah.
and decided to go back to Grenstal.
Right.
And then just as we were leaving, Opal and Kozik started eating the bodies.
Oh yeah, they got
No,
hungry.
we got hungry at the bodies. We did
We
not start
became-
eating them.
Okay, you were
Famished,
hungry for blood
yeah.
and you were looking at them
Oh yeah, there was
longingly.
that flail, was it a flail? I
We-
think there was a
We
there
spun
was
the
a creepy
flails of
flail.
paralyses around. Yeah.
Yeah, so the two who are hungry have these enchanted flails. They're very sus.
That is curious. I didn't know what the connection was. I was like, oh, that makes sense though.
Right, there's some. They could be cursed. They could be, who knows. But we haven't really checked those flails out before people started touching them and claiming them for their own.
I, for one, am being influenced by something. I don't know about the other one. They're just hungry.
Your team spirit is always so moving to me, Kozik.
Well, unless there's anything else to add.
Right, we were gonna head for Grenstal. Although I think Bonk Village might be a good lead, but going to Grenstal.
I guess the idea was to tell the villagers that they were no longer under threat for the moment from those particular goblins.
Yeah,
There
and
were
making
two
sure they're
other
okay.
There were
You
two
want to
other
make sure they're all right. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
there were two other camps a couple sessions back that we do not know the location of or the intent of. And we also
of
didn't find
goblins?
we didn't find the people of Grenstal either or where they were keeping them here.
Oh, and you determined that there were two others?
Yeah, back like going back in time, right? There were two other trails that we could have followed.
Oh,
We
right,
followed
right.
one of them. But there were two
Right.
more trails that we didn't go after.
That's right.
Well,
So
then
you
it looks
guys
like
haven't started eating the bodies or anything. You're just noticing that you're hungry for blood, but we're not aware that you're experiencing this?
correct.
Okay.
But first things first. Seems like Kozik did the majority of the recap.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue that. Kozik did a great job.
Started.
Yeah. Yep.
So claim your prize at the ticket booth. One redeem.
Clicking that button.
All right.
And just in case there's anything else you guys. Let me make sure I have
There we
camera
are.
control. Because I have to remember that I have to manual camera everything now. All right.
Well, what you say? We head out to Grenstool. I'd love to see how
Yeah.
everyone's doing.
Sounds like a plan.
Gosh, what time is it? What time of day could it be?
Feast o'clock.
So out of it.
Right? Did we go in? We didn't. OC, didn't we go in the morning because we had a long rest or something?
Yeah, we went inside in the morning, but we've also not left the cave.
Right.
Should we just leave all the bodies and all the tentacles, and should we hold this cave up? What do you think? Is it possible that something else could be summoned here? Should we block it, maybe?
I've got such a desire to just burn the thing down just so nothing else evil can emerge or use it for sacrifices or anything like that.
I mean, it's not a
Thoughts?
bad idea, but it's also. And Inanna puts her fingers to her chin as she considers it. I guess, like, my question to you is, like, how do you re-sacrifice a body twice?
Well, weren't those the tentacle thingies though? They were feeding on them, and it might be nice to not leave them any food, eh?
Well, I'm no cleric, and I have no powers to purify. So beyond using one of your fireballs, I'm not sure what we can do.
Well, we could pour some more oil and light it all on fire.
Heathens.
What would you recommend, Neovada?
And Inanna begins to dig
Inanna.
through her bag. And she's like, well, as you mentioned, in theory, we could try and sanctify the place. I was just going to leave it. I mean, like, for my purposes. However,
What do you mean you were going to leave it for your purposes?
and she sort of looks, like, tilts her head down. She's, like, peering up towards Sari, like, well, I think you might imagine. I have a feeling that you're intelligent, Sari.
Mm-hmm.
And my
purpose.
goddess is also a god who calls for sacrifice.
Right, okay.
However, barring that, I can in fact do a gentle repose here, which should at least guarantee that for some of this time it'll be much harder for individuals to mess with this place. But I'll need a moment. And she's rummaging through her things and grabs out a bag of salt.
Oh, salt, love salt.
I guess we could tell the people of Grenstold that their townspeople are here. They could come and bury them. Do whatever their
Ooh.
rights are.
I'd hate for them to see any of this.
Could pull all the bodies out, lay them in the sun or something, or
I'm
I
just
don't
going
know.
to phrase it like this. At this point, they're not even bodies, they are meat.
Right. They're parts and core, yeah.
Now, with that said, to those with stronger stomachs, can you help me determine where eyes are? I need to put the salt in their eyes.
I'll help you.
Me too.
Wow, it's hard to find eyes in this mess. Jeez.
And Inanna is going to begin the ritual casting of gentle repose.
Gentle repose.
because the whole goal of it is to
So the other target protected decay and can't become.
she can't exactly give them a funeral. She doesn't
Okay.
she doesn't even know like how many bodies are here.
Right.
Does it prevent them from rising as the undead?
And the influence in theory also would prevent decay. Which I mean I don't know how it's gonna help them now. But I mean if any of them were adventurers and or had the ability to be reincarnated or some other method of being divinely brought back, this sort of extends the timer on that for them. This is
That's
the only
great. I like
Work.
that.
plus no skin off my nose. Skin off theirs.
Quite.
As it were.
So that takes her 10 minutes for that sort of ritual. Because it's a one action spell. That's
Thank you.
A
Thank you,
corpse or
Ilona.
other remain.
and
So I
then she
guess
stretches.
the question is, how much time are you gonna be willing to spend on this? Because it touches a corpse or other remains, and there's a lot of other remains.
Oh, I was fully and Anna was fully down to try and sort out eyeballs, make sure that they're covered up properly. Spend the full 10 minutes doing it.
Yeah, and I'm helping.
Ozik feels pretty relaxed. He doesn't mind waiting.
Albeit a little hungry.
I guess I am,
Right.
there's a sort of has anybody else we had breakfast, right?
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
No? Oh well that probably explains it.
Like explains what?
Just being very I really feel hungry. How about you guys?
Normally, I will admit that I've never really felt a cannibalistic urge. And I'm defining that narrowly as the desire to eat sentient flesh, or feeling hungry by the presence of sentient flesh.
Did he say that he was hungry
No,
for this flesh?
he's hungry around it. And I'll admit that,
It does take the appetite away, I have to say for myself.
yes.
There is something extremely carnal about this whole thing, isn't there though? You know what I
No,
mean? It's like
Kozik,
ugh.
Kozik, let's just stop talking and go outside. By the way, you want this other flail?
Oh, yeah.
what do you
Oh,
mean?
the guy have some
carnal?
horse jerky? Here you go, buddy. Chop pulls out some horse jerky and hands it to Kozik.
All right, gnaw, gnaw, gnaw. What was that, Opal?
You want this other flail?
Should I carry both of them?
Yeah, sure. If you want to.
Oh, all right. I guess I could for a while. We'll see. I guess it's no real problem. I'll go ahead and take that.
Is there something
Thanks,
going on with the
Kozik.
flail?
Is that hunger still there, DM?
Mm-hmm.
That's concerning.
What's concerning?
As you all know, I don't need to eat, so the feeling of
Right.
hunger is rather foreign to me.
You're feeling hungry.
Yes.
Spooky.
And it
Interesting.
happened when I came in contact with that flail, but even with it in Kozik's possession, it is still
Oh my
in
gosh.
my body.
I
Which is
told you not to touch
uncomfortable.
it.
Yeah, you did. Lessons learned. Hopefully we can get this curse dispelled by somebody. Because this is unpleasant. How do you guys deal with hunger all of the time?
I ignore it.
We
Pray.
stuff our faces with cookies and cakes.
Yeah, but I can't
I
do
disciplined
that.
myself to not feel it. That's not really true. That's what my master tried to teach me, but I get hungry a lot.
I mean, I can't exactly eat. I don't have the body pieces to do it.
That sounds like quitter talk.
Yeah, want to try some horse jerky? Try to hold some out.
No, thanks.
So if
Uh,
that's not appealing to you, what is appealing to you, might I ask? You don't like the horse jerky. So
I
what is it you're
need to
hungry
eat.
for?
Oh. I think it's the same as Kozik. This desire or this hunger that that comes up whenever I'm around, and Opal will point towards the bodies. Those.
Oh my.
And I thankfully have been raised by a proper member of society who does not eat flesh, or at least sentient flesh.
Well, praise be the Fury's madness. Cannibalism is an urge that I have thankfully never had to deal with.
I don't know, pick up the mace and maybe you'll feel what I'm feeling.
Oh my
Oh
gosh. So if
God.
there's some kind of spell on that thing, then
Hey,
Oh,
let's
lay
do a
down.
check
Let's
on these
examine it.
flails. We need to, yeah, let's do a check on the flails.
I mean,
do we
All we'll
want
do
to
is
see
do an
what
arcana check
happens?
on it.
I could just take a stab at it. The flails could be to some weird god of some sort that has something to do with cannibalism, hunger, the urge to devour whatever is in one's sight.
I'll do the 13
Inanna
arcana check.
gestures to the tentacles, like, I don't know what sort of god they might be talking about. We certainly have no experience with any of these such things. Never
So, like,
in our
what are you
lives.
doing? What are you checking for specifically?
It's a bit of sarcasm.
So just an arcana check to see if anything pops out. But
I mean,
No
if we
idea.
had found the flails randomly in the woods, I can imagine such questions. But we did find them in the dungeon of a god eating
In a
these
sacrificial
people.
situation, right?
I think that's pretty obvious that that's what they're about. But with that said, Inanna is going to examine them quite cautiously, and she's actually going to use her
Don't
knives to
touch it.
hold it. She's going to use her
Right,
knives
don't-
to hold it. She's
Okay.
like, "What do I look like? A fool who just picks
Well,
up
you're gonna
strange
have to-
weapons?"
You're gonna
Don't.
have to catch
I'm
Kozik
just
because he's
concerned
going
for
over
you.
to the bodies.
Why did you have to say that, Anana? Damn, that roll is great.
Oh, grab Kozik. Somebody grab Kozik.
Uh,
He's about to eat that.
Kozik, I have Thunderwave at the ready. Don't you fucking dare.
Kicking at one of the thing. I'm like, I mean, it's right there.
Kozik,
Kozik, let's get you out of here, buddy. I don't think this place
Nice,
is great
Inanna.
for you right now.
you're right. You're right, Cha. I should get over here so he can't. So if
Chaw's
he
gonna
tries to
like
eat
hook
something, I
hook
can
his arm
cast-
into Kozik's and be like, "Come on, buddy, let's go chew on some horse jerky outside."
How about you, Opal? Are you feeling as drawn as he is, or you're just able to resist it?
I don't need to eat. I know this. I've never needed to eat my entire life.
But the
Roll.
compulsion
it's
is
a-
definitely there.
It's, I guess, to describe it as best I can, my father sometimes, when he was working, would need to eat something specific to satiate his urge to eat something and then get back to work. It's similar to that. I want to. But
a craving for flesh. We love it.
don't say it like that.
That
but you're
really
right.
is concerning.
Again, praise be the Fury. We love her in her infinite wisdom and madness.
And can we bring up the fact that it's affecting a construct such as I? which means that if whatever that is spreads to the wider populace, we might have quite a problem.
Oh my god. Oh my gods.
Well,
What do you
that's
think, Inanna?
with the 20 Arcana, Inanna is like in theory trying to mostly on looking at the flail at Kozik's hip, like trying to sort of decipher, is it a curse or is it like she's trying to sort out, is it some sort of magical effect tied to the flail or is it religiously associated, given her low religion roll, though.
With the low religion roll,
But with the high Arcana roll, does she think it's a curse, like on the flail?
oh, you get the feeling it's absolutely a curse.
Um,
Are there
Without-
any symbols
without-
on it? Or
Without a doubt in your mind, there's nothing that would have that level of compulsory pull other than something mind affecting in a sense.
Also, sorry, I do believe Cubed did give me an answer to that question last session. The answer was yes, but
there
I
are
don't
some runes on
remember,
it.
though I don't exactly remember what symbol is on it.
well,
Inanna, do you have any idea about those symbols?
If there
I-
are symbols cubed.
does Inanna see any of the symbols on the thing?
I mean, with the religion of 5, I'm gonna roll that into a no.
Okay.
Oh,
just
the
gonna
Probably,
ask-
probably
20%.
why you weren't able to determine any religious aspect to it. You didn't really see any blatantly obvious symbology. Could just be that, covered in dirt and
I
Cozy
mean,
blood.
it was under a rock when I found it.
So is
Let-
Arcana just about magic then? It's not about,
Yes.
you don't see symbols or anything, it's only about magic.
Well, to put it simply, that's what separates Arcana from religion. Arcana is
Okay.
about magic, while
Okay.
religion can be about symbols and paladin
Okay.
stuff.
If you scroll
Okay.
over the things, it'll actually tell you what they are associated with. You can read the full description of what the Arcana and the religions roles cover.
I
Scroll
mean,
over what?
Arcana
Like you can actually
does.
read them. Like if you on your character sheet, you're under details.
Uh-huh.
Arcana does say check measures your ability to recall lore about spells, magic items, eldritch symbols, and magical traditions.
Like hover over the name of the skill, and it'll tell you
Right.
what it's about.
Right. I don't think I have that one.
Can Kozik have a go at the religion check too?
Yeah.
I pull out this flail and I see what's going on.
On the
13.
13, you're kind of in the, yeah, you're not sure. Especially, with that sensation of this smorgasbord of fresh food in front of you.
I know it's
I
wrong.
mean,
I know it's wrong, but
you know what?
wasn't there some sort of like sun or like black sun or eye or something on these like swords and things that we found?
Opal will be the
Ten-
next to check.
Tendrils
these.
wrapping around a skull.
Oh,
Okay, that's not what I remember. That's pretty badass. Okay.
would I have to roll a history check to remember what specifically was on there when I first picked it up?
I mean, with the religion of 22, it wasn't as emblazoned as on the armor. It wasn't like, meant to be a centerpiece of, a display or a show of the symbols. But if you kind of take a step back and like look at it and just sort of look at how the flail's oriented and how the handle is arranged, you can probably make out like if the chains on the flail were tendrils and the handle, the hilt, were kind of a skull maybe.
Mm.
A little more subtle.
Opal will relay this information in detail to her companions. These flails don't look right. And whatever these things that we've been killing seem to be closely related to whatever God has put a curse on Kozik and I.
And
Once
even
again,
looking at like the balls on the ends of the flails, like they're not perfectly rounded either. So it's like,
once again, I love your investigatory spirit. And then she's going to like put her hands in front of her chest, like fold her arms, and then immediately gesture out to the whole array of bodies and the tentacles. Like, what do you think was going on here? Of course it's related.
Kozik, don't get too absorbed in the desire to devour flesh. Just walk away.
All I'll say, Kozik, is that your dark lady probably has, and it's like she would probably greatly disapprove of you actually eating a corpse. You know that, right? Most gods and goddesses have pretty strict rules about that being a sort of major taboo, and once you consume the flesh of another sentient, you become a maddened monster. Hell, you might give birth to a gnoll.
Oh my goodness. Well, you may be right, and it certainly doesn't seem it's a dignified to my station in life, but
Yes, it's undignified. You would be. Think of what your father would
well,
say.
can we get out of here, please? Can we go?
By all means, please.
With
And
all
I'm
she
this
trying to
rhetoric?
take you out of the
Okay.
cave. Why are you staying in here? Come on.
Yeah, let's leave.
I'll finish up the rites. You guys head out, and then we're going to burn the fucking flails because I have a feeling that those are the source of the curse. And if that doesn't work, I'll begin researching how to remove curses. How's that?
Let's do it.
Think of lady and pray, Kozik.
Oh,
She'll take away
goodness.
your hunger.
That's a good idea. I think I'll give that a try. Ugh.
Let's get out
But
of
do it
here.
outside.
After you.
Like I said, I'm finishing up rites for these bodies. And
After
she's
them.
going
John's
to
just
shove.
continuously
she's gonna
trying
shove
to
Kozik.
pull Kozik out of the cave, but he's been resisting, I think, without consciously knowing it.
I'm becoming what the dwarves call hangry.
So you all
Irritable.
step out of the cave, and you are no longer in the presence of overwhelming corpses, aromas, death and destruction, maybe even the last looks of pains and horrors on faces of, well, what would have been left of some faces. And you are back outside in the fresh air, a light breeze, the sun is out, the birds are chirping. Quite the juxtaposition from being inside the cave to outside of it.
Ugh, we're covered in gore.
That sounds like a complaint.
Or is it just me?
And Anna sort of like gestures, like runs her hand through her hair, and it's drying with blood at this point from her earlier devotions, you might say. No, not just you. Feeling a better outside the presence of the deceased.
And
Yeah,
basi-
it helped.
And she,
basically, I need to know, how long are you spending on doing the ritual? Because like I said, the ritual only covers, I'm willing to expand it to like a few bodies, but that's an entire cave entrance worth of corpses. So how long are you
that's
spending
good.
on it?
Good question. In character, we spent about the last 30 minutes arguing with Kozo back and forth, so we could have spent those 30 in character minutes doing the ritual.
Sowing salt.
sowing salt, closing eyes.
Right, the whole time you were talking.
Hmm.
So about 3 castings of it, roughly.
And she's obviously not also. She's also, if it's a goblin, she doesn't care.
Right.
You did this to yourselves. She's looking for the kobolds, and she's looking for human and other human aligned remains. She doesn't care about the tentacles. She doesn't care about goblins. Fuck the hobgoblins. The people that she views that were the cause of this, she's saying on purpose, "Blessed be the fury. This one's for you, Queen."
Yes.
Yes, Queen. Alright, so about 30 minutes. Okay. 10, 20, 30, about 3 castings.
In that meanwhile, can I'm so hungry, and I kind of patting at my tummy. I don't know, and then I reach down to the belt and I find that I do have a certain banana there, and I wonder if I should and I just go for it, and I start plowing into one of these bananas I have.
Wow, you've had those bananas a long time, I understand.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
What are the bananas about?
Okay. You partake of a banana. It tastes like a banana,
Well, it tastes pretty good.
but it just
And I
doesn't
kind of
quite hit the spot
nonchalantly. Go ahead.
I'm saying it just doesn't quite hit the spot like that feast inside, though.
Veritable feast in there.
Now, did they leave the flails in the cave and the distance is not changing anything?
I
My
still have
understanding,
them
they still
on
have
me,
them.
I think.
What's that?
Do you
I
mind
still have
setting
both.
them? When Anana finally comes out of the cave, she's like, "Oh right, Cozy, do you mind putting those down? The flails."
Oh,
I
he
mean.
still got them. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I toss them at Inanna's feet.
Inanna does not touch them. She uses her rapier to manipulate them to get a better look at it. And she's like, well, obviously there are the symbols that you were talking about, Opal. And yes, I do believe that this is a curse. That's the only thing that would do something like this level of a compulsion on a mind. But with that, I'll admit, I'm not powerful, but removing a curse is a lot harder than just giving one.
Right.
With that said, I can certainly try it, but we will have to wait until tomorrow to do so. I can't do it ritualistically, and I don't have it prepared.
When you guys aren't holding them, does your hunger subside a little, or is it just as strong as ever now that you're not holding them, or maybe even walk away a little bit? Does it change at all?
My stomach goes gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
So the curse is staying
See,
with you then.
I'm also gonna make the recommendation that we all take our own watches tonight, because I'll admit I have some concerns.
I didn't understand what you said. Take our own what?
Watches tonight.
Okay.
As I said, I don't have the spell remove curse at the moment. Even if I had it prepared, I might not be powerful enough to remove such an effect. With that said, though, all I'm going to say is that there is a reason why there are stories of the Devourer and the Fury, and the fact that you'll oftentimes find their temples are empty. Driving the people mad inside, of course.
Are you saying that they might be drawn to living flesh
If they're hungry, it goes unsatiated long enough.
Oh
Hence
my
why
God.
I'm just pointing out that, well, we might all want to watch our backs.
Right. Good Lord.
Well,
But
I've been
we don't have to go that hard that fast right now. We might try destroying the flail.
Did we
Let's do
determine
it.
that the flail is the source of the curse that's affecting us?
Well, the flail is what caused the curse, in my opinion. Something about you interacting with it, yes, is what did it, which is why I'm doing my level best not to actually touch it.
Let us
With that
destroy those
said,
things and see if it helps.
Although I can't
which
wield it
one
myself, it
was
seems a shame to give them up.
I think you might want to let go, Kozik, if it's causing you to have this compulsion.
Well, I've
would
been
your lady
thinking,
approve of
and
it?
I do have the ability to remove a curse, but after I use it, I'll have to maybe take a short rest for a while, and then I can try it again. So if you
Remove
like,
it
I
from
can try
yourself
it on
right
Opal.
now. Right now. On yourself. I trust Opal more than you. Sorry, Kuzik.
Shall I
He
use it on
can't
myself?
actually eat.
Okay. I kind of steel myself, and my stomach gurgles, and I'm a little embarrassed by that. And I look within. I'm looking within. Slowly, the spell is being cast. Maybe.
Creature, yep, he does have it. Third level
I
spell.
think my thing is frozen here. Yeah. There it is. All curses affecting one creature, myself, or object end. So I guess I should use it on myself and not on the flail.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I put my hands around my neck. I say abracadabra, and I try to remove the curse. Does it work?
So let's see. Okay. So you cast the remove curse, and as you do so, it's almost like you see, you probably didn't even really notice it until now, but between you and the flail, there was like an extremely, like almost infinitesimally thin string of shadow that connects your shadow to its. And upon the completion of you casting this spell, you see that the shadows disconnect.
God. Good.
And you no
So it's
longer have that urge.
Ugh.
Pretty good stuff, Kozik. Can you do that to Opal and as well?
How are you feeling there?
You know, I feel like I've had a nice breakfast. I guess I don't feel so hungry.
Fantastic.
But in
You
order
at this
to
point, you also feel
cast
completely
it on,
full of banana.
I feel a little. I really altered my mood positively eating that banana. Um. So yeah, I unfortunately we might have to go have a little picnic somewhere and rest up for a short while before I can try and remove the curse from Opal.
Oh, I wish I had a spell for that myself.
I suppose we could take a little picnic out here while Inanna continues to do her stuff with the pile of bodies.
Oh, I'm more than done at this point, I believe.
Yeah, but if Kozik needs a moment, let's just take a moment. Let's
Oh,
just
no,
get
I'm
far
not.
enough away from the entrance.
Yes. I personally, once again, have a feeling that this place is going to smell absolutely foul
Yeah.
shortly.
Yeah.
And why does it smell like rotten fish?
I suppose we could just head back to Grenstall, and the hour could be unless if we don't run into anything horrifying, that could count as a short rest, right?
I think you have to actually be stopped. I don't think you can travel and rest at the same time.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Well, let's go find some shady bower and just relax for a little bit.
My browser's be
A bower it is.
Sounds totally decent.
all
She
right.
will, of course, make sure that they don't end up walking the same way. She may or may not have pinned a goblin's body to a tree the night
So
before.
first things first, just before the rest, Opal, can you roll me a d6, please?
A D6? You got a
Yep.
bust. Oop. That was only meant to be one. There you go,
Nice.
boss.
5. Do 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 do. Okie dokie.
Darkly, which one of us she's gonna eat? 6 members of the party.
Uh,
Oh dear.
None of the above. Other things.
Ooh, spooky.
So you guys also take the full 1 hour rest, Rooney?
Yes.
All right.
That's
Opal, I need you to
doing
roll
it.
me another d6.
you got it, boss. Nice. Twice in a row.
Do 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 do.
Progression of the hunger. TM.
Do do do
Trademark.
do. I mean, those are some good rolls.
How's Opal feeling? Is she any hungrier? Oh,
No,
oh,
just
that.
weaker.
No, I just noticed what happened. Oh God.
What
Okay,
happened?
Kozak, buddy. Speed it up, please. Also, oh wait, that's long rest. Oops.
So it'd probably be a little visible that the coloration in Opal's gemstones may be becoming a little more cloudy.
Uh-oh.
Specifically with Opal, you'd notice her hair becoming a lot more gray.
Opal, you're not looking so good, mate.
Yeah. Can feel it.
What are we
Hey,
gonna do to
Kozak,
help Opal?
buddy, can you cast that yet?
Will you consent to it?
If you don't cast it now, I'll cut off both of your hands. Please cast it.
All right, just a
Sounds
moment.
like
I feel
consent.
like I can call upon the spirit of the queen here.
You'll be meeting her in person soon.
Just a moment.
I love the threats.
I'm feeling the vibes right now. I feel like
And honestly.
pausing and
Very un-Opal-like.
sorry, my
Kozak,
system.
my
Mo.
hair does not change color.
There. Oh, the call went through. The queen says it's okay. And
she put you on hold
gently-
for like 20 minutes.
I gently touch Opal on the wrist, and I'd say, "Remove the curse."
Yes.
Is Opal still looking a bit pale? DM.
Yes, but you don't feel hungry.
Thanks, Kozik. Apologies for the threats. That
No, I
was
was right there with you.
very unpleasant. I never want to feel hunger again. I have thoroughly thought against polymorphing. Yikes.
Gosh, you know what though? I mean, it was just a short while ago, but right now I could eat. You know what I'm saying? Oh well, it's our mortal's curse.
Who's
Yeah.
got the coin?
If you guys need to eat, eat. I'm going to take
Oh,
some time to
we could do the
think.
coin,
Who's got the coin?
or are we ready to be on the road? Some
If
last
we
minute.
need to eat, we need to eat, eh? I wouldn't mind a snack myself.
All right, I flip it over to Sari.
Oh, I've got the coin. All right. Here we go. I'm going to lay out a lovely snack full of fruits and dried meats and breads and cheeses and everything you could want.
Hmm. This is nothing at all like the rotting flesh that I so desired about an hour ago. It seems like a lifetime ago. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Also, how long would you guys say you're spending on this? Because I just want to know the general time.
Huh.
Like 10 minutes to munch down on some food?
10, 15
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And are we taking the flails with us, or are they just laying on the
We're
dirt
leaving
there?
those behind.
Leave those suckers behind. Yeah.
I was
For
going
some-
to start burning them.
For
Kozik,
some
if they
young
can
kobold
Even
affect
to
better.
find?
Kozik, if they can affect an Azarian like myself, there's not I don't think there's somebody in this world who could handle them properly.
And Anna has been using her rapier to redesign it into the shape of a woman, into a snaky sort of tail, with two of the ends of it coming up to the sky, like above the hilt.
Oh.
She's doing this very purposefully. And she's like, I have full plans on reclaiming the sort of dark energy.
Wow.
And then I'm going to, of course, light it on fire because that's what my lady would love.
So, Inona, when you reclaim the
Flail.
dark energy of that, does it become neutral when you reclaim it, or does it stay dark?
She is the Lady of Rage and Ruin. She would
Right.
disapprove heavily of it being as crude as this is. If you're gonna go on a streak of madness, you should at least be doing it for your own purposes, not on the whim of some other dark god.
That's
She
right.
encourages passion, not mindlessness.
Right.
And just to give you a little reminder of what the thing looked like. Ooh.
Which thing is that?
The thing
The
it's holding.
flail.
Oh, thank you. I was looking at the critter. I forgot the flail. Okay.
That's a
But didn't Inanna say she just reshaped it?
She's just basically using she's cutting apart the strings so that two of the strings are going up the sides, and the
Oh.
rest of it looks more like a snaky body, but she's not doing anything else to it.
Okay.
Arts and crafts time. And then, of course, she's going to light it on fire. I don't necessarily know if it would stop being dark energy. Sorry.
So you can't make it neutral, so it's more usable. You'd have to use it as dark energy then.
Oh, I would Not when I
that-
say give it back to her, I am not actually absorbing any energy.
Oh, you're giving it to her. Okay, you said reclaim it, so I thought you were gonna try to use it yourself.
Oh no, these things are going to be useless when I'm done with them. That's why I'm cutting them up.
All right, that's fantastic. We wouldn't want anybody else to come across them.
Can that which is imbued with magic be destroyed so easily?
No idea, but
She's
at least
been-
they.
No.
I think
Fair
she's
enough.
working hard at it, not easy.
Definitely
So,
appreciate your.
sounds like it's sort of performing a little bit of a ritual.
Precisely.
So give me a little religion. But let's do it with advantage as you're calling upon your deity.
Yes. Nice.
Didn't even need the advantage. So
Boom.
so what all are you doing in preparation? So you make it into like a snake form and just sort of just light it?
She's making it into the shape of the Fury's most common symbol, which is a body of a worm, a sun in the middle that she's painting, like she's scratching the sun into the ground, and then using the arms of the flail for her grasping hands upward, making it evoking her shape, and then yeah, she's lighting it on fire.
Okay.
And I'm sure this thing is soaked in blood, no doubt.
Oh, it is. Most definitely is. So you perform your ritual, and all you can see in the midst of its completion is the skull shapes where the ends of it would be, or ends of it are, as you saw in the image. You just see the skulls crack in half and then shatter.
Nice.
Take them, my lady.
And give me a little insight.
That's wonderfully nice.
Oh man, it could have been bad. It could have been poorly received.
You kind of get, as you're completing this ritual and providing a bit of a homage to your respective deity, you just kind of get this feeling of hatred and rejection, particularly in regards to that object. Almost like a kid refusing a toy and like throwing it against the wall.
Fair enough. But they're broken now, so there's that. I don't think she liked it very much. The blood, yes, but not the object itself. She is going to attempt to sort of generalized arcana check. Does she think this would have made them more inert? Can't tell. Distracted by her goddess's rejection.
Well, if you're gonna roll a 2, that's a fine place for it.
They are useless now, though. Like, the string's probably been burnt. Skull's cracked. But are they still magical's the problem?
And then give me a perception
Opal?
check. Yep, they're shattered into a good many pieces, and there is but a
Amazing.
singular shard
Good work. That's how we do it.
That sort of entails a winged creature with the serpent's body. But it's just in a shard, you know, kind of like when you look up in the clouds, like, oh, that's the face of God. Clearly, it's God. You know, it's kind of like that.
This is the toast with the face of Jesus.
But it's, you know, of the Fury.
Mm-hmm. And so she sees it and she's like, well, I think that my work here is done. I think we bury them.
Nice work, Inanna.
All right.
Well, should we get going to Grenstill then?
Get the
And I'll just
Grenstill.
kick some dirt over the remains of the and then say, yeah, sure, let's go.
Let me preload.
Oh yeah, is
Grenstill?
Grenstill.
She
Opal
didn't like it.
still is Opal still grayed?
Yep.
Well, that's concerning. I don't like that. Yeah, let's head to Grinstill. Maybe a walk will do me some good.
Do.
Is Opal still kind of like dented or whatever from previous adventures?
Opal does not have the chunk of herself missing from when she got crit. She is now whole. No need to
So
worry.
that's still missing. Oh wow.
No, it's not missing. It's not missing. It has
Oh,
been
okay.
repaired since then.
All right.
So there's a good chance that you'll go back to your former self.
So heading
This
back
is very
to
different than usual.
Grenstill. It's gonna pretty much take you until evening to get there, if you hustle. And actually, also depending on who's gonna give me a survival check. You know,
Uh-oh.
traversing forests that you can easily get
Uh-oh.
lost in.
Who has a good survivor role? And Anna has one by virtue of
Didn't
being
somebody
with
have
skill.
didn't somebody have the feet where they know directions?
That is me, good sir. I would
There
do,
you
in
go.
fact, know where I am going. And since we headed this way, Opal knows the exact way back.
So just you are gonna roll then. Okay, I thought we were all supposed to. Okay, thank you.
With advantage.
Ah, good. 21.
Yeah, you managed to make your way back. Just with that photographic memory, you managed to not go down the wrong trail or be like, I know exactly how to go from point A to point B. However, sometimes there's the urge to take a shortcut or to veer off just a little bit to cut a corner to try and make it back in time. But you pretty much just stick to exact footsteps. Albeit you probably get just looking around. There's not really much of a trail that you guys left behind, but that's probably because it's been over 8 hours ago.
Dead goblins, maybe.
You
And
don't
kobolds.
spot any along the way.
Nature works quick.
Indeed. And you make your way back to like that fallen log and go around it. And you make your way back to the location where you convinced kobolds that you're the boss. And then you make your way back to Grenstill. Activate. Get it better.
And what?
Let's see.
It's been like an overnight or something since we left.
Yes.
Okay.
So at this point, for the most part, there's just structural damage remaining. Debris been removed for the most part. Bodies have been cleared. Debris been removed. It's not necessarily another, normal busy day in a town, but there's more activity than there was, a couple days ago, kind of thing. Not that people
Cha
have
hasn't been
forgotten, but
here. Cha hasn't been here since our first time here because he wasn't there when they went into the town. So is that what looks different? There are definitely less people and there's structural damage to the buildings. Is that like the
correct.
major difference?
There'd been some fires that we helped put out, and some structural damage and stuff, but the town is still there, right?
I wonder if the mayor is back from Tio Moonblades, or if he's just gone now.
A good question, but we should probably go to the Mimic first. That's where we feel most at home.
Mimic.
Oh
Get
my.
notes on the mimic.
How many mimics have we been inside of since we were first inside this one place called the Mimic?
Oh goodness.
Karos.
Like 4, maybe? 5?
Oh. Wow, Grunstall. The mood sure has changed. So you said the mayor took off, went to Tio Moonblades, and I don't know. Were we decided about that? Did some people wanted to see her again? I'm thinking we
That was
really
the
need to
rumor that we
figure
heard.
out. We really need to figure out how to get to the astral plane, because my goodness, this tentacle monster is out of control. Look what it's doing everywhere.
Yeah, it's time to get down
Been
to
in
some
3 planes of
basics,
existence where it is fucking with everything.
right?
What's the
So
third plane of
Cha's gonna
existence?
look around for is there like a library in this town at all? Is there any kind of a library? Central square with some kind of library structure?
Give me an investigation.
Is it a pile of ashes now?
Yeah, right.
Eep.
16.
The 16, there would be a library, and it probably would
Okay.
have been one of the buildings that really didn't get hit. Probably on account of, through investigation. They probably don't. If you're raiding somebody, you're probably not going to focus on the library. There's probably not a lot of people in the library.
Fools.
Very sound goblin, reasoning. So Cha's gonna be like, okay, listen. I have this key, and Cha just kind of touches his chest but doesn't pull the key out. And I need to share that it is extremely important for stopping this thing. I know that. Can't give you all my sources. But I'd want to do some research about how we can get to the astral plane. We've talked about astral ships. We've talked about getting an airship, and maybe we can figure out a plane. I want to do some research to figure out if there are some known crossover points in this world through the astral plane, or just more information about what we should expect there, because we've got to get there to
That's a
stop this
great
thing.
idea. That's a
If
great
nothing
idea, Charles.
else, look at it. It pops up everywhere. Just creating cults now. It sacrifices half this town. So, if anyone would like to join me in the library, otherwise I'll go and do some research.
I'll go with you.
Sweet. So, did we all want to like communicate with the town and call a meeting and let them know? Like, how did you guys want to play that out?
Probably if we go to the Mimic, we can spread the news through the grapevine that way. The place to start.
Oh yeah, that's a
The
good idea.
Mimic. Okay. Zed, what's on your mind, buddy? You've been pretty quiet this journey.
Yeah, Zed's been. I feel like Zed's been pretty quiet since the conversation that he and Cha had, and during the short rest, and maybe while we were walking back to town. If anyone was paying attention, you might have noticed that Zed had the this little stick that he had pickpocketed from someone in the Feywild,
Forgot about that.
and there was like carvings of some symbols and things like that, but it wasn't finished. And so during the short rest, he would have been kind of looking at that and analyzing it, and then eventually he would have pulled out one of his daggers and had started to kind of whittle at this stick. And so so he's been a bit kind of aloof and not really
Preoccupied.
very present. So so when Cha mentions that, he'll kind of yeah. What?
Did you get cursed too, Zed? Man, everybody's cursed around here.
I don't think so, unless it was maybe something that you were doing to all those goblins back there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. When you spend time with certain old friends, you pick up some old habits that are not always very savory.
Oh no, honestly, it was impressive. But as far as I over here, I I might want to pop into the Mimic, ask the bartender a few questions along the lines of what you're saying. Maybe where's the nearest town that's got a port?
Yeah, I think if we can't find any particular direct route to the astral plane, I think it seems like going to your hometown could be very helpful in hopefully tracking down Marn. Maybe you'll get some communication from Lady Miriam, and figuring out a ship or some kind of
Right.
device that maybe we can then transport to the astral plane somehow, magically. I
I
really
could
don't know much about
either
this.
get ourselves a ship or maybe hitch a ride on one. But
But you have a ship, don't you? Did you say you have
well,
one?
it's not. It's a seafaring ship, right? It's not going
Right.
to get us up to astral plane.
Maybe we just need a vessel there. Like, it doesn't matter if it's seaworthy or... We just need a
I.
vessel. I don't...
It's a good start.
It'll be part of my research.
So I'm gonna step to the Mimic. I'll also probably gonna find a place that I can wash off.
Oh, child
Oh
looks
yeah,
down
you
at
don't
the
want to become.
gore and muck.
We all might appreciate. I think society in general would appreciate if we take the time to remove the viscera from
Bathhouse, it's on
It would-
me.
It would probably be for the best if we took a bath. I don't know. I still don't feel my best.
Pardon me,
After
miss. Do you know where
that.
there's a public bathhouse where we could
What's
bathe and
going
get
on,
all
Opal?
of this cherry jam off of our clothing?
We got in a really bad food fight.
I mean, it was hilarious.
So
Oh, you people.
you just kind
I
of pull
don't
a
imagine they believe a word of it.
random lady aside, and she just kind of shrugs. It just kind of seems like she's got like a wagon behind her, and she's maybe you probably get the feeling that she might be new in town. But she's like, I don't.
Okie doke. Hey, what do you sell there?
Well, just some candies that we make at
I'd
our
love
little
some
homestead.
candy. Oh, gives her a gold.
Oh. She
How much can I
takes
give her
it in just
gold?
sort of in a bit of like disbelief. And then quickly jumps onto her wagon, kind of reaches in the back. You can hear some like barrels shuffling a little bit, like a lid being popped open. And then she comes back
Candy. Homemade candy.
with what looks like a little, almost like a little lockbox, but there's like no lock on it. It's just a really nice little container. And my browser is being slow. There we go. Doo-doo.
Chaw cracks it open. What do we got in there? What kind of candies? He's kind of licking his lips with his forked tongue. I don't know if anybody's quite noticed. He has a forked tongue.
Oh yeah,
So
we noticed.
inside is an assortment of, I mean, the best you can ascertain is like little gummy worms, but some of them are like chocolate. And there's like the scent of like fresh, yeah, I'd say like a very fresh fruit smell to them.
Oh,
My God, this is great. All the best for your business. We'll track you down in town one of these days. Chaw starts passing out chocolate gummy worms and candy gummy worms to each of his friends. And he's like sucking down a few of them. Okay,
Covered in
these are
strawberry
great.
jam.
Yep, covered in our cherry marmalade stuff. Yeah.
Hey, Rayvard, how's it going?
Chaw's gonna pull. He's gonna look at someone who looks really clean on the street. Just be like, "Excuse me, where could we find a bathhouse to wash off all this cherry marmalade?"
Yeah. He
Forgive
just
me.
startled some random person. Over there, just and then he just runs off.
Oh, okay. Did he point at something?
Uh,
Yeah, he just pointed in a direction.
Okay. I think
And
I'm
I'm just gonna
frightening
look at
people, you guys.
the city's layout. She's going to think about how human settlements are sort of built and structured. And she's going to take stock of the situation where they are.
Microphone picking up. Microphone, stop it.
And
it's got
she's
to be
going to
along
say,
this water channel.
it could be.
Oh, that's weird. Why is my microphone picking? Oh, that's so
Well,
weird.
he pointed in this direction.
That was probably just the direction that he was not going to get rid of us. We are covered in gore.
Like
My
cherry
microphone is-
Cha, I think if you stop
Hold on.
stop
think
trying
you
to say
probably
we are
got-
covered in cherry marmalade and start just saying we went to go kill the fucking goblins that attacked us, I think people will have a better reaction.
Oh, that makes sense, right? We're covered.
Not
Because
down there
blood
buying the
of
cherry
their
marmalade
enemies.
story.
Because
Okay.
Cha, if they think we're covered in gore and we don't say what kind of gore it is, they assume the
Cha is
worst.
like taking in this knowledge,
Their
and he's now going to
imaginations
put it
have
to
run
use. He's going to
wild.
grab another stranger on the street and say, "Greetings, kind passerby. We are covered in the gore of your enemies who attacked your town, and we would like to clean up now. Could you direct us toward a bathhouse?"
Sir,
Toughest
please.
mission ever.
I do know I'm not in any position to speak, but we just need a place to clean up. We're not trying to stress you out or make you explode. We just want to go clean up.
They just pointed direction.
Is that the direction towards the bathhouse? Is that
It's the
the
same
direction
direction that
opposite
the
of where
other
you're
person-
going?
And
I will
Anna,
roll
Well,
a
this
persuasion
Oh.
person doesn't know how to speak.
check.
this is so funny.
Please, I'm not trying to cause you any stress. We've just all had
At
a
this
rough
point,
day.
Zed has walked off.
Okay,
and
my
is going
microphone
to,
is still too sensitive.
Nice.
Fix that. Let's see
Would
if
you
that
tell us where we need to go? Thank you.
works a little better. No.
Oh wait, that was a perception check. I meant persuasion. I'm going to cry.
Forget it. Chaw's gonna be like, oh fuck this, and he's gonna jump into that central canal.
Wait, my 14 didn't get enough persuasion.
I'm
Shut.
using
It's probably filled with fecal
microphone
matter. I would
and
not.
Nah.
Don't
s-
care. It's
picking up
better
on
than
everything.
cherry marmalade.
No.
Try this. Yeah, it was an OBS update,
That's debatable.
but kind of messed up
Can't
settings.
actually say it's
I
worse
hate it.
than cherry marmalade.
Much worse.
Much worse.
So,
Thank you,
so-
Anana.
boss, my persuasion skill didn't work to get an answer from him.
They're still pointing in the direction.
That must be the direction.
With my natural 20, is he actually pointing us towards anything that was meant to be persuasion, but it's perception.
It's in the
Uh,
exact same direction as the last guy, Cha.
Let's
Interacted
go. Let's follow his pointing. Let's
There
go.
we
I'm
go.
sure that's where it is.
And Anna is already walking that way so that she doesn't have to look at Cha inside of the fecal matter river. She's like, the pee was one thing. This is a whole other.
Holy
There's
Ah,
no
get
reason
out of
there are
the-
no
Cha gets
gods
out
to
of there.
venerate.
Char gets out and
Right.
follows them.
I hope this place has.
Great. Now you smell like
Gendered.
gore in a toilet.
Yeah, I hope this place does have gendered bathrooms because I don't want to be sharing a pool of water with you. After that, you.
You have a gender?
I mean,
Perceived.
technically no, but it
Perceived
don't-
You
gender.
chose one.
Perceived
Yeah.
gender is opposite of yours. I think that's the point.
Ja, I'll go into any bathroom that does not have you in it.
Oh, that I see. Gotcha.
Sorry. I wish the what bathroom you end up the best of luck trying to get rid of the smell later.
Go to the
Oh,
bathhouse
great.
then.
Yeah.
Right.
Pooh bathhouse.
Now is everybody going to the bathhouse? Kozik, Zed.
No,
Zed-
Zed
Oh,
Zed
yeah,
walked
yeah.
off.
Oh yeah, it's time to clean this mess off.
Zed still covered in gore. Hello, madam.
Yeah,
Can you
He's
help
just
me?
marching straight to the mimic.
Swag burger. He wants a pint.
All right. So everybody to the bathhouse, Zed to the mimic.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I don't know that they're gonna want you in there, Zed. You might want to clean up first.
So since the majority of you are going to the bathhouse, let's resolve that. So you make your way to what would be known as the House of Bathing. And inside, there's a singular woman, human, black hair, brown eyes, and she's sitting at like a little desk in the front, and she's just kind of looking down and looks rather bored, really.
Hello, we are tired after a long adventure. Can we please use your bathhouse?
There's a almost exasperated sigh. All right, here you go. A number for everybody. Stalls are on the left for men. Stalls are on the right for women. And do not bring any weapons or anything dangerous. And please have a lovely stay at our fine establishment.
You must
Thank
be
you
very
very much.
distraught after the near destruction of your town. This is very understandable.
I'm surely it's a weekly occurrence, Cha. Don't worry.
And
Anyways,
just how she says it just seems very like just reading it off the script, like barely even paying attention to you guys. Like another day in the office kind of thing.
Wait till we tell her that we found her entire family shredded to ribbons in that
Cha,
cave.
stop talking. In any case, I'm going to take some private time to myself to see how bad the damage is. In any case, I hope you guys have a nice, refreshing bath.
You're so grumpy, Opal. Gosh, your hair's gonna turn back the color it was. Relax.
And if it
It's
doesn't,
technically non-organic, so we don't know that.
Cha, come here. And Opal, with her gore-covered hand, will just grab Cha's hand. My hair is not like yours. My body is not like yours. If this
Yes.
is,
You're
if
very
this has
fond of
happened to
pointing that
me,
out.
if this has happened to me, and this is permanent, the only thing that will fix it is going back to my father's house to pick up what remnants of me are left there.
Come on, look at all of us. You know how magical we are. We can help you have different hair color magically. You don't
But
have to go back to your father's house if you don't want to.
changing my hair color with magic isn't going to be enough. Think about what you would do if your body was changed against your will, Cha.
I would do exactly what I just said.
What? Magically change it back to have it
Yes.
nowhere near where it
Make
was?
it look like anything I wanted to.
But it's
Cha
only
flips through like
temporary.
three different like images. Yeah, life is temporary.
Mine isn't, Cha.
Oh my goodness, go bathe. Cha's gonna go to his area. And cannonball.
I'm glad I'm not bathing with that fella because I don't think everybody else in that tub is too happy right now. I heard the splash.
There's only one other individual in there with Cha. And it's a relatively rotund individual. Just basking in the waters.
Is it specific rooms or is it just specific like areas?
Areas.
Oh,
Okay.
this is
A room
Even-
would cost you extra.
Even in the female area, Opal is going away from the main group. Just taking time to check in on herself, make sure everything's okay.
Yeah.
How's everything looking after a nice bath?
As in to say a short rest.
Another short rest? Gotcha, yeah, sure. Yeah. Because like things have changed in her lifetime, but she's never really changed like this.
Essentially, as you take your rest and, your vitality returns, so does the color of your hair.
Thank goodness.
Sari's cleaning off her armor and her clothes and shining things up and oiling a few pieces
It's
of
bugging
leather.
me. Why is it sensitive?
Getting nice and
Wrong.
spit spot.
Issues, man.
I have a question for Sari and Inanna
Let me
specifically.
try something.
Mm-hmm.
Considering how concerned Opal is, would either of you be paying attention to her while she is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
How you
Right.
doing, Opal?
By this.
Specifically, as you guys look over to her, you do see as she is like cleaning off the gore and disgusting pieces from her body, the white facade slips away just a bit as you see that under that thin layer of white is a similar color to the rest of Opal's body. And even while she is returning to her natural color, it is still just a bit grayed.
I don't think I've ever seen you turn grey before, Opal. What's going on? Are you all right? Has this
As
happened to you before?
as Sorry does ask that question, Opal will just jump a bit and go, "No, I don't really change." With
Oh, that's a bit concerning, eh?
yes,
Hmm.
you
I
two can
wonder
go
if
ahead.
I wonder
Well,
if you've had a more. I wonder if there is more of a. I don't know, more of an impact from the flail than we first thought, or maybe Kozik's spell didn't remove everything because that's when it happened, right? So
I'm just going to hope that it did. Also, for a
Hmm.
short rest, I just roll a hit dice of my class and restore that HP. Correct?
Yeah, it's as many hit dice as you want to spend for that duration.
I'll spend 2
You
for
just
this.
don't you just don't get all of your
Health back.
your hit dice back for long rest. They don't just automatically recharge. You get a certain amount back.
Plus my Constitution modifier or no?
You should be able to just roll it.
I mean, when I click short rest, it lets me do that, but it doesn't let me roll. Oh, never mind. I see. It doesn't allow me to specifically choose how many dice I want to roll. But I'll just go ahead. 3 HP back, and yeah.
Yeah, because
There
it's
we go.
plus con. But you can keep rolling it.
Oh yeah. Nice. And one more just for posterity. There we go. Opal's essentially back at full health. Though not actually.
what's going on with that echo?
I think that might be Kozik.
He might have put
It
his
off
phone
mute.
next to the speakers.
Oh, is it?
Womp womp.
E?
Correct, you.
There's a little bit of an echo.
Oh, now it's better.
Yeah, Kozik, however you had your setup before, we had quite a considerable echo on your end.
That's what I was saying. He probably put his phone next to speakers or something.
I haven't moved it.
Oh, that's weird then.
Very
Very
interesting.
weird.
Let's try changing that setting.
Well, it's better now since you started talking.
So how many people are in the bath with Inanna, sorry, Opal?
Probably like one other person.
Hmm.
Just a singular woman in there. Just kind of seeing your. I don't know if you really look out of the ordinary, so she just smiles
Well,
and
we are
nods.
covered in gore.
I'm sure that a lot of people in town probably were.
Well, that's true, right? There was just a big battle.
And after Sari's last question, Opal will remain silent for the rest of the bathing encounter.
So it sounds like everybody's getting some bathing in. Kozik, are you also bathing, or you
Yeah,
just
of
kind of
course.
okay? So you get the luxury of being in the same room as Cha and the rotund fellow, just kind of floating. Not really floating, but you know, like the kind of typical joke where it's like there's this really big guy just kind of taking up a majority of like the tub. His arms like on the sides of it, just kind of relaxing, kind of like that.
Ah,
But of course, Chad cannonballed into what little space was available. And this
I
guy
think
doesn't
he
seem
would also
phased.
just be Chaw's very thin and lithe, and he's just found his own little pocket within the space of this rotund fellow. It's relaxing.
Let's see if I find. I can't find the meme fast enough for him. So, as you guys are doing that, Zed makes his way to the mimic.
Right.
And you find that it is quite busy, as there are many people outside. There are many people inside. And the smell of alcohol and acrid smoke permeate the air even from the other side of the door.
Before I go in, I want to walk around and see if there's any. I don't know if I guess like there wouldn't necessarily be hoses, but some sort of like potential water source that I could use just to splash on myself. And if not, then I would just go in.
Maybe there's a well with a pail or something.
Yeah, basically.
There's a door in the back that probably leads to the kitchen.
I was just specifically like anything outside.
Outside, no. Nope.
All right. So you said that there is a door in the back that is, I don't know where it leads, but it's just in the back.
Yep.
I'm gonna knock on it.
That's all you hear. And then the
Hello?
sounds of like pots and pans clanging. Yeah. Hey, right. Yeah.
That's gonna get really close to the door, as if that's gonna make a difference for him talking through it. I just wanted to ask you a question. You got not trying to be a nuisance.
I'm super busy. It's really a lot of work back here. Maybe if you sweeten the deal, I might talk to you for something worth my time.
Okay. It might be worth your time to point me in the direction of possibly something that I could wash myself off with before I walk in the front door.
Why is that, huh?
Well, because I got attacked by a whole bunch of goblins on my way here. Looking like they might be ready for a fight, and I accosted them all and removed their lives. And so I'm a bit dirty.
Tell you what, you slide a copper under that door and I can help you.
What if I said I don't have a copper, but I could get you one? Maybe I could get you more than one. Hey, what's your name, by the way? so I know who to give the copper to.
Hey, just call me the cook.
Oh, that's easy enough. Do you have do you have like a pail of water?
I got more than that.
Can I use it?
For a copper?
And the PTSD in this town is really set in.
Well, no. So, right. I'm gonna get you one. I've got. Okay. I'm gonna spell this out for you. I know you're busy.
Yep,
quite-
super busy. Yep.
I'm quite messy. I'm planning on walking in the front door and giving your establishment some business, which would probably provide me with the means of then giving you a few copper. But as it is currently, if I walk through the front door, I might not be able to get said business. So we're kind of helping each other. Well, help each other.
Fine. And you hear the sound of a chair scooting across the floor, and very light footsteps come to a door, and then the sounds of it unlocking, and then no footsteps. Door doesn't open now.
Um. Am I doing the rest of the job?
Yeah, do whatever you want. I believe in you.
Open the door then, I guess, or try to.
You open the door, and you can if you want. It's sort of in the moment. Actually, do you want to make a acrobatics or not?
No.
Acrobatics? No. Okay. So you open the door, and almost like a sitcom, there's just a bucket of water that's just flung out the door. Not like the whole bucket, but just water, just, and you're just completely drenched now. As you're just standing there like,
Thank you. And slowly shut the door.
and you know, as the water clears from your eyes a little bit, you spot a gnome with a little pointy wizard hat, and he seems to be kind of like hovering, but his like legs are crossed like he's sitting on something. And inside you see the pots and pans. There's nobody else back here but him. And then he kind of tips his hat a little bit. Yep. And then just kind of floats back over to like this resting chair, folds his arms over his chest, tilts his hat forward again, holds up a single finger, and seems to like redirect pots and pans to cooking more.
Just controlling everything. Right. I guess you get what you asked for, and slowly close the door, and I'll make my way around the front, probably sopping wet still, and I'll go through the front door toward the bar.
So you walk in, and you have not a single hint of, like, by the time you get around the front, there's not a single hint of water. There's no smell. You're fresh and clean like a fresh line of laundry. You can give me an arcana if you wish, or just choose to not know.
Sure.
You just got prestidigitation cast on you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you said that. Nice. So yeah, Zed will walk in. He will attempt to not aggressively, but
A beverage.
blanking on the word. He'll push his way through the crowd, confidently, I guess, and head toward the bartender, the multi-armed construct.
Oh, hello
Um,
again. Welcome, welcome.
It's good to see you. Seems like a busy one. Say, could I get? Well, I don't know, something a bit strong. Not anything that's gonna knock me out, but and then also, if when you've got a moment, I know you're working, but if I could ask you just a few questions.
Oh, of course.
I sorry, it's been a while. What I forget. What are the prices here? Not only for the drink, but if we were to get a room.
Rooms in the Mimic. Find the prices.
Sorry.
Because this one was... not the high end. So... a room of what you're looking for? Of course, of modest appropriation, 1 gold. Accent switched and I already lost it. That's okay.
All right. And what about
Yes.
the drink here?
Tied into the room expenses, of course. It's a package deal.
Understood. Is it possible? I believe that my friends are on their way. They're taking their time getting themselves all clean and prim and proper for you. But is it possible if I just pay for the drink right now? And then maybe once they all get here, we can settle up on the room. We aren't necessarily sure that we're going to be staying too long, so that's maybe more or less why I'm not just paying for it outright.
Drink with me. Of course. There it is. If you're looking for a fine bottle of wine, that would be very expensive. But if you're just looking for something in between, then, well, that's probably more to your... And 2 of his hands just kind of rotate like he's thinking with his hands. To your liking.
It doesn't have to be fancy, just maybe something
Picture.
strong.
Of course. That would run you about 5 copper pieces.
All right. Tell you what.
Yeah. Copper for mug, gallon silver.
What if I give you this gold piece right here? And at least for now, maybe you could give me change. And I was going to leave a bit of a tip for the cook.
Oh, wonderful. Yes,
Right,
that can
last
be
time-
arranged, of course.
When we were in a bit of a rush and you I know you're also busy, but had him whip up that fish dish for me and my friend. I just wanted to give my thanks.
Well, we here at the Mimic are greatly appreciative of return customers as well.
So
And
OOC, just to kind of speed this along,
trying to get change.
basically, just I wanted to get change so that I could tip the cook, and so I would leave
What's
a silver. The exchange rate, isn't it like 10
10
copper, 1
in
silver?
one?
Okay, yeah. So I would leave if the drink was 5 and he was asking for 1.
I don't know why my mic is picking up random
And I
sounds.
would
I don't
leave
know.
a silver, or I would pay with a gold, hopefully get change, and then I would
Light
I would
movement.
leave a silver.
Hold on, let me
To
adjust.
tip the establishment.
All right. So amidst you counting change and leaving the tip, more and more people just kind of filter in, filter out. A lot of ale. Probably a lot of people who lost something important to them. Probably, in here trying to drink it off. And you don't even really need to do an insight check to gather that bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So let's change my numbers here. Can I also do? I guess if I got my drink and everything, can I do a would it be a perception check to just kind of scan the room and see if anyone here looks familiar?
Yep, that would be a
Uh,
perception.
Specifically, nefarious, like Mr. Black or any one of his goons, or anyone that might need a tail.
Nobody that you see in here.
Okay.
I mean, they're just not there tonight.
So, is there like a patio or porch right outside? Can I just
Yeah, there's like
grab
a
my
little
drink and step outside?
Yeah, it's like a little raised area that you can you kind of got to step up a little bit, but that's probably just cuz the building itself is a little bit higher than the ground floor, as it were, quote unquote.
Yeah, I guess Zed will grab his drink and he'll leave the tip and everything, and kind of push through the crowd to go right back outside, and just probably lean up against the side of the building, and I guess more or less wait to see who shows up. Because at this point, Cha said that he was gonna go look for a library, but
Yeah.
sounded like a couple people were gonna head to the Mimic, so I think he'll just wait there.
All right. So, panning the camera to those who are bathing. So, you get your respective bathes in, plural. And as you do so, by the time you start getting out and drying off or whatnot, at that point you see the little card with the number that was given to you. On the back, there's a number for each of you.
Okay.
And basically everybody's number's the same. There's 5 silver pieces. See clerk at front for payment.
Seemed like a bargain.
That was nice. Perfect. Cha will dry
Yes.
off and put his. I think he, he just laid his clothing out to dry, and he's gonna put it back on, even though it's wet. He likes it. He's gonna go up to the front. Thank you. What a wonderful establishment. And he'll put down a gold piece to get 5 silver back, I believe.
Thank you for your payment. Here is your change.
Do you own this place?
No, I do not. I just work here, sir.
Is there a suggestion box?
No, there is not currently one, sir, but I will drop that in the suggestion box.
I didn't even suggest anything yet.
That works out even better.
Ugh. There are other ways to change the world, Kozik. Cha's gonna take his change and step outside.
Next. Because it sounds like Kozik's right there.
Yeah, what I paid up.
Thank you for your patronage, sir. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your good service.
So when Kozik comes outside, Cha's gonna kind of lean over to him and be like, "How you doing, buddy? Got cursed. You seem like you're handling everything in stride. I just want to make sure we're not, I'm not passing up any signals you're giving that you might need help. You okay?"
Sometimes it all seems like it's all in.
Sorry, cut out a little bit. What is that again?
Feel like it's all in a day's.
Well, there you go. That's the spirit. Kozik, you mind if I reach my hand into the mimic's face and pull out
Try
some
this.
coins? I'm running a little bit low here. Hey there. Hello? Kozik? Am I disconnected? Or are you disconnected?
I
Everybody?
hear you just fine.
You're fine, Cha.
I think Kozik's internet's going kaputskis, maybe.
Oh. Kozik, come back!
Well, while we wait for him to come back, the ladies.
Opal will walk back out and we'll just see Cha and be like, you were right, I'm fine.
Excuse me,
Whatever.
ma'am, but you have to pay before you leave.
Opal will
My
put
God.
down a gold coin.
Cha's just starting to crack a smile at the sweet gesture Opal's making, then looks over at the horrible attendant and is like, ah.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for your patronage.
Back to what I
Cha
was
closes
saying.
his eyes and takes a deep breath and is like, everyone has trauma. Everyone has trauma. Everyone has trauma. I must
I
Sorry,
forgive
mean,
pulls
everyone.
out some
I
money
must
and
forgive everyone.
goes to pay.
Anyway, Opal, I'm very happy that your hair came back.
And you will notice that her hair is not at its usual darkest color, but it is a lot better. And Opal will just go, change is not something I deal with well. It is. I've never had to properly deal with it.
It's wild,
I don't
isn't
know
it?
why my mic is
I
picking
hate
up.
I
it.
mean,
Sounds.
Hold on.
I have tons of change all the time, and look at Inanna over here. She is like the queen of change.
That's one way of phrasing it. And Anna is still drying her hair out. Sort of like twisting it on itself to like get the water out as she's walking. She rifles through her bag, grabs out. She's going to be a little bit chintzy here. She grabs out the silver pieces. She has 4 silver pieces and 1 copper piece, and so she's like, "Fuck me."
I've got you, Nona.
Oh, oh, oh. I think I fixed it.
Sorry, pulls out.
I'll just have to talk a little bit louder.
Pulls out a gold piece and pays for both
OBS
of
is
them.
kind of, since the update, I might have to tinker.
Oh, aren't you sweet? Sorry. Shakes her
I'll do
hair
my
out the
best.
rest of the way. It sounds like, Opal, that you might need to consider what it might mean to change when you're a changeless being, like a construct.
Yeah, that's a
You-
big
Gotta-
deal.
I've got to say, I'm
To
a bit
think-
worried about it myself.
Think that you
I
don't
imagine-
change
Picked up.
in a world that changes all around you.
Oh,
Hold
I'm
on, let
sure
me
Opal
try and fix my mic.
changes. I'm just, I don't think that she spent the time considering how she might actually change under the circumstances.
And
I'm
why?
aware
All beings change.
personality changes. Personality changes are something that happened over time. I myself had to go through several over the time I was being raised. It is different to my very being changing color.
And Anna blinks like one eye
And I know
and like
for
it's a
somebody
cat eye.
for somebody as such as yourself, you might not understand my perspective. You
I understand it
are
better than you might think.
completely the opposite of me in that regard.
You know, we're all getting pushed to our limits on this journey.
It will be fine. I don't plan
Yeah.
to touch any weird magical items at any point soon.
Well,
You
may
know,
that be
it's part
so.
of the biz. We touch a lot of weird things in this business, let me tell you. Venturing is some crazy stuff. Kozik back?
My bad.
Kozik. Oh, hey. Sorry, cut out there for a while. So before everybody else showed up, Chow wanted to reach into the mimic and pull out some gold.
Yeah, whatever you can grab.
Okay, he'll just take he'll take like 2 handfuls. I suppose you would count it out, and so I'll take like 25 gold. So whoever's I think you're keeping count, Kozik. Chow will take out
Yeah, I'll-
25. Actually, to make it even, Chaw's gonna pull out 28. No, yeah, 28.
Well, let's get on over to the mimic. I think Zed's over there waiting for us.
First round's on me.
Excellent.
I
I like.
and Anna. Go for it.
We head over to the mimic.
Let's head over to the mimic.
Sounds like it.
We stroll on into the mimic, nice and clean, fresh. Do we spot Zed?
I'm trying to fix my audio. The new OBS And between that and Windows updates, sound gets borked a lot. Yeah, you find your way to Mr. Zed, who's sitting outside like a cool guy smoking on the side of a building,
Oh.
like
Hey,
in movies.
Zed? Look, you got cleaned up too. Good work.
Ish.
Oh, Zed's completely clean.
Oh right, yeah, I made a deal with the cook. Which probably makes little to no sense.
Cook?
Yeah,
He cook
hearing
you?
myself say it. He basically
Paid a
just
cook to wash you?
well, I
like
asked for
dishes?
water, and he was very busy. He was reluctant, but he said, "What if you paid me?" And I said, "Well, how much?" He said, 1 copper. And then he unlocked the door. Lazy fuck. I opened the door, and he pretty much poured a bucket of water on me. And by the time I got to the front door, well, smelling like roses.
Oh, that's a good trick.
Nice, I
Right.
guess.
It doesn't
Yeah.
sound as pleasant as our bath, though.
Never
Now
bathed like
that
that. I
was
should try it
nice.
sometime. The bathhouse
felt-
was really nice.
I've actually
Very
never
nice.
really been to a bathhouse. It felt kind of odd.
Oh, Zed, it's wonderful.
What do you mean
Just
odd?
sit in a tub of warm water. It's just marvelous.
I feel
So
much
relaxed.
better
Well,
after
I
this,
don't know.
all
Just
things considered.
he was like, no, well, anyway, I might just be self-conscious. Not a place that wants sailors. Well, anyway, I went in. I got a drink already. If we were planning on staying here, sounds like it'd be about $1 for a room. They're quite busy, but just I'm being honest, kind of a lot of folks that are trying to drown their sorrows with all that's happened recently.
Right.
Not really a cheery sort of bunch, but sure we could at least get a drink. And I was gonna ask the bartender about possible nearby towns that had ports. If we were
Zed,
trying to head somewhere else.
do you know if there's been any, did you check and see if have there been any other attacks or just the one that we were involved in?
And did you let them
Uh,
all know we defeated the enemy?
Um, no, kind of. I didn't. To answer your question, sorry, I didn't think that they'd even been attacked again, but it's a good question. And I did tell the cook, as far as me being covered in nasty bits, that I was basically attacked by goblins, defended myself, killed all of them. So roundabout, they know we killed some. I didn't really explain the cave sort of thing.
Okay, Chaw's gonna jump up on the countertop and say, "Listen, one and all! We have defeated the goblins that attacked your town and destroyed every one of them! You are free!"
If I could physically shrink in size, I would.
I have not been.
No kidding. I think I'm
And
gonna
Anna
go
is
find her.
walking away
Let's go see about a room,
slyly as
shall
she
we?
can.
Oh shit! Another
Fucking
That was
disappearance.
nice. I'll go see
Nice.
about a room.
There is an
Okay,
Anana-shaped hole.
I thought this was the plan. Weren't we gonna tell everybody that defeated them?
No,
Damn.
I wonder if it's my
as
fan that's
happy as
doing it.
Nana.
I was thinking
Noble
maybe
just
we
walks
see.
away.
just
She's
told-
not caring.
like if we ran into the mayor, we told the mayor, and then kind of let him make the announcement.
They don't have a mayor. They took off. You told me that.
That was
Thank
that
you.
was
I'm-
well, that was like 2 days ago. I'm just saying we just got here. We hadn't really checked. But anyway, it's not. I mean, it's not a bad thing. Right? Everyone,
I'm imagining that Opal did the like
Well,
lonely cough in the audience as
no.
she walks away.
Yeah. Opal just coughs, walks
Try something.
away.
If I lower. Oh, that doesn't work.
Inanna is already gone. And it looks like Sari is gone too.
It's an OBS
Yep.
setting that got worked.
Well, I'm
We're not
standing
touching that with a
over
9-foot
by the.
pole.
I'm standing by the front
Definitely
desk,
OBS.
getting us a
Wow.
room.
Hopefully Kozik is on board. This is kind of his style, I would say.
It is the style of Kozik and his Phil company. Kozik, Deep Shaft?
Kozik, get on up here, buddy. Let them know how much we gave it to them.
Do they need to hear that? Right?
Oh, Kozik Deep Shaft being modest for the first time ever in a moment of glory and triumph.
Simply,
What is going on with
Perhaps.
everybody today?
we
My
didn't kill them
goodness.
all.
Dog gets down off the table. Anyway, so you're good to go. By the way, it was a cult of goblins. It wasn't all
That
goblins.
didn't fix it.
So you don't need to attack Bonk Village. We don't know if they had anything to do with it. We will find out. So go back to your drinks. First round's
Joe.
on me.
Cha, the goblins split into 3 groups, mate. We only got one of them.
Oh, nobody told me that.
Yeah, we did.
I think you were right there.
I wasn't listening. Anyway, I let him know what we're up to. We'll track him down if we can.
If that works.
Oh, that hurt.
Weren't we actually just talking about going elsewhere as well?
Where?
Yeah,
What?
yeah. Let's try another place.
I think we just told him a couple different lies all wrapped in one.
What?
Yeah, we
a
said we were
lie?
going to keep searching for
see,
their
it's like
goblins.
we killed
and-
all the goblins. You don't have to be afraid of anything. There are more goblins though, and we're gonna track them down. And
Yeah,
then
just
before
a
we even
few.
got in here, we were
No,
like,
it's
"All right,
not
next
all
thing we're
goblins.
doing
We're out of
is
here. Yeah,
we're gonna go to the astral plane."
right.
Yeah.
Like they're expecting we're gonna go track down goblins, and we're like, "All right, guys, see you later."
No, we
Probably
were gonna
actually
go to-
not, because we're.
We were gonna go to Bonk Village anyway. Wasn't that part of the plan?
Oh,
I just think it's funny.
Anyway, what
It's
does it
very
matter?
funny.
It's trying
You
to
just
give
see-
hope back to
I'm-
the forlorn people.
I don't know what Cubed wants the reaction to be from the audience here, but if we are going with the whole comedic side of it's just silence, and like you can
That's what it's
you
been
like
so
you said you can
far.
hear Opal like kind of like I just picture you just hear the bubbling from Zed's drink being empty. He's just kind of like really, really heavily sipping through his straw. Like, seems like I might need another one. Chaw, get off the bar, please.
You just eventually hear Opal speak up and go, "Bartender, you have a drink strong enough to affect Azarian?"
No, I do not.
Damn.
I have to remember that forever.
Don't worry, Neovara, soon enough.
Well, I got us a
And-
couple of rooms.
Neovar, with your 27 perception, you see a very familiar looking girl just kind of roaming through town.
Is it the little child?
Yep.
That we first saw when we were first in Grunstall?
Uh-oh.
That we told her not to go adventuring because it was dangerous and she has parents who love her?
Yep.
Oh.
And we also said as a rule that Chaw couldn't interact with because he was being weird.
Yep. This is why Cha is not supposed to talk to children. It's because of her.
Yeah, how's she doing?
She's doing great. She has a little sword in her hands. I mean, for her size, it looks like a short sword.
Good for her. Am I a little upset that she didn't follow advice? Yes. I can't blame her though. I was the same way. A little bit of disappointment, a little bit of pride. Like, there you go, girl. Make that coin.
So we should change our team name to the Moral Compass.
Infinitely better than like being in the tavern with Chaw and whatever the fuck just went on there.
And Cha, give me a persuasion
Sure.
or performance, I
Well, just
guess.
like a 20.
Performance? Persuasion? Well, Cha thought he was telling the truth, so I guess he'd go for persuasion.
Oh, you were. I wasn't listening to the decision to go look for the astral plane. Ooh,
Oh!
nobody believes your shit anyway. Nobody
Aw.
Oh,
believes
it
you.
was Cha's
Anyway.
idea to go look for the astral plane. He was just trying to let the people know
By
that it was
lying to
okay.
them.
No,
think
not
that's
No
the-
lying.
goblins
That's
left
the funny
anymore.
sort of
They're
irony
all
of this whole thing.
gone.
Is like, Cha was just wanting people in Grinstall to kind of like feel better. At first, where this whole started, by the way, if I can remind you, should we bring the people of Grinstall here to this cave so that they can see their loved ones in pieces? Should we bring the bodies of the people from Grinstall back to the town so that they can maybe bury them or do so? It's like, no, man, no, we're not doing
Come on,
any of that.
you guys know where Cha's from. him a
Right.
break.
That's why I think it's
Give him
funny
a
is
break.
he's like, I'm gonna do the good thing. Okay, we won't do anything morbid. We're gonna go in there. I'm gonna jump up on the table and tell him we killed everything and you're all safe. And then the nat one is perfect.
So you get up
He
on
has a
stage
look of
on
perfect certainty on
on
his
like a
face, though.
table, and you convey your words of encouragement. And somewhere in the crowd, you hear like hands like slam a table, and this like haggard, like just soot covered, dirty, like dude who's just not like he's consistently dirty, but more of a recent event kind of thing. And he stands up, kicks his chair over. You think this is a game? You think that playing with our emotions is gonna make... who's this guy? Get him out of here.
Whoa. Oh, hey. No. I'll get off the
No.
bar.
And you look like a couple of his friends trying to hold him back, and he's just starting to like trudge forward or trying to get through the crowd.
That'll
You
stand up
come
and-
into this tavern and you talk all of this crap, this nonsense, and we have loved ones out there who've been killed, captured. You think this is funny, don't you?
Zed's gonna stand up, and as he's talking, he's gonna as he's being held back, Zed'll stand up, I'll get off the bar, and he's gonna
Chal
keep
gets off the
locked eyes
bar.
with this guy. And he's gonna just be walking toward this guy. He's got his hands out, kind of to his sides, and he's got palms up towards him, just kind of being like, got no threat, nothing on me. But as this guy's kind of starting to mouth off, and as intimidatingly as Zed can be, hey fella, we're not lying at all. He was trying to cheer you all up, but we've spent the last day and a half basically felling all the people that caused this. You like to sit down and have another drink? Maybe calm yourself. We'll be out here in no time. No thanks needed.
The drinks are on me, buddy. Cha just looks confused and uncertain of why this is all happening.
The man
After
kind
Zed
of
says that-
snorts
Just staring.
and sort of spits off to the side. Yeah, I bet none of them have any loved ones that've gone missing. And like the two of his friends are just kind of patting him on the shoulder and just, trying to get him to calm down and pull him back to his seat.
I think it's best that you keep your mouth shut. Let's not talk about friends and loved ones that have gone missing, mate. You just have that, like, Zed's total demeanor has changed from moments ago when he was trying to be jovial with Cha to now Cha's probably getting a sense that he should pull Zed back.
Yeah. Chaw's like, he was like, wow, this was all just to try to help. Like, oh shit, okay. He'll take Zed's arm and be like, all right, buddy, let's get the fuck out of here, man. This is all backfiring.
And Zed's just gonna he's gonna back away, but he's just still gonna stare for a
And
couple
you just
steps, and then
yeah, and like as you're being pulled away, you see the guy sit at the table and his head's just kind of hanging in defeat. And
As
you know,
you-
you can see like his buddy's like patting him on the shoulder and just basically just trying to
yeah.
console.
Mm-hmm. Zed's gonna take a couple steps back. He's still staring, and he's gonna see this and realize, obviously, we're all kind of in the same position in some way, shape, or another. He'll turn around. He'll turn to the bartender. He'll kind of just tap the bar, like, "Sorry about that. We'll get out of here." And he'll walk out with Cha, not really knowing where Opal, Sari, and Niavara went. And I guess I don't know if Kozik was with us at the bar or what.
Where are we
but-
gonna stay?
Chaw's gonna before they head out, Chaw's gonna slap down 5 gold on the counter. Like, just buy him a bunch of drinks.
Wait, I just got us a couple of rooms. Are we not staying here?
This is just, I would say, this is just Zed's reaction of walking outside.
Oh, all right.
He's just kind of
Yeah,
like,
for the-
just
for the
see,
moment.
he's just like he's like just leaving the scene. Just
Yeah,
to
yeah.
cool off.
Let's just go for
Yeah.
a walk, Zed. We'll be back later, you guys. Go rest if you want.
You'll find an Anana outside on the staircase going, "Oh my god, what the fuck was that?"
Yeah.
Embarrassment levels are wild. Cha, I love your boldness and your kindness, but holy shit.
So
Read
Inanna's
the room.
in the moment of Inanna being like, "Wow, what was that?" Zed's just gonna be like, "I know, the fucking nerve of that guy." And I'm assuming that the confusion is gonna be that Inanna is thinking that Zed's talking about Cha, not knowing what had just
No.
happened.
Anana raises an eyebrow, looks to Cha, looks to Zed, hands up. Well, I take it that you guys had to step out for a moment.
Yeah, I
You
guess
just
they
kinda
didn't
see-
want to hear about what happened and that they're not in danger anymore.
That's not what
And-
happened though, mate.
Zed just like heavily walks down. I'm picturing there's maybe like a couple steps, like just like some wooden steps leading down into the street, and he'll just kind of walk like heavily down the steps and maybe pace a couple steps out and turn around and come back in, and he'll stand there and he's just kind of tapping a foot. Like, he's just got pent up energy right now.
Anana's sitting on said staircase up to the bar. She's like, well, I would not have said those things, Cha, on account of the fact that even if we killed all the goblins, which we didn't, a lot of people are still dead.
Well, this was a learning day for all of us, wasn't it?
Say that there was some sort of library you were looking for.
Yep, I found it.
I think
I'm
we
gonna head
should
over
go
there.
While we're waiting for perhaps that man to return to the ashes of his home.
So who all's going to the library?
Mm.
I'm not sure who all walked outside with us, but I'm
I like
assuming if
him.
anyone walked out, it would be pretty much like posed to everyone. I feel like Zed was just gonna go walking around, and then I remembered that we were gonna go to the library, so I mentioned that.
Yeah, Sari's gonna take a walk. I need to go have a walk. I just spent a little time to myself. I'll see you all later back here.
I hope you feel better, sorry. And she
You as
waves.
well. Bye-bye.
I think we should bring Opal with us on account of the fact that she has some training in the arcane arts and research that I simply do not.
Right, and she knows how to read.
You
Huh?
don't?
Oh, it's just a quality that you'd need.
Nope.
Mm,
The little one from Zed's shoulder.
Well,
Having
So I
to
bel-
read? Who could have ever
and
guessed that I needed to do that?
Kozak, are you coming with us? I'm assuming he probably followed, because this is everyone except Kozak.
Are we all going to the
Sari is going to take a walk.
I mean,
I was
after
planning on going to
Opal,
the library.
after Opal got nothing from the bartender, yeah, she would have been outside.
love to find speed? I'll go with you.
All right. So everybody but Sorry going to the library.
Yep.
Ah, the joys of splitting the party one person at a time.
Oh, Sari's just gonna take a little walk. She'll probably catch up with them at the library. She's gonna get bored pretty quick.
Smiley face.
Unless she's drunk.
Oh, she didn't do that. She's not drinking.
Yet.
We're, we're in the
Yet.
library, and we just see Sorry cartwheeling just like through a window past. She's training again.
All right, so you make your way to what would be known as the library in this small little town. It's not huge, it's not impressive. It's barely much of a building anyway. But it's what they got, and it's what they used. And they're just, just on the front just says the little library. Doesn't even it's so small town that it doesn't even have a dedicated name other than the library. And you walk in, and inside there is a elven man just sitting at a counter. He kind of looks like he's like opening books and like stamping them with this little it's like, inky stamper thing kind of thing as somebody's walking out. Kind of get the feeling that maybe they were just returning books or something. And yeah, he's got like this long, like white wispy hair, pale skin, reading glasses on, and he's just stamping books. And there's like a pile on one side and a pile on the other. And yeah, behind him just kind of looks like a pretty open library. Like like a small town library. Like you can walk in and just be like, oh, there's the shelves on the rows right there. Yep, at the library.
Gotcha. I'll walk up to the guy and be like, "Pardon me, I'm looking for some information on the astral plane and potentially how to get there, where that can be found, place to cross over, and what to expect if one should happen to find themselves there. If you have anything like that."
Yep, got some literature for that for you. Go right on
Sweet.
that way down that aisle. Aisle 14, row 17. It's right on that way.
17.
Yep.
Well, thanks a lot.
Anytime, filler.
Cha will head on over there and start looking through books.
Anybody else looking for any literature?
You know what? Yes, actually. Inanna is specifically looking for literature surrounding the history of the political history of the area. As well as like ties to other factions. Like, she doesn't know if this is like part of a kingdom or anything rather than that. She knows that there's a mayor of this town.
Let's see here. That's gonna be under whatchamacallit, local history. That's gonna be down that way. Row 4, aisle 6.
She bows her head as thanks and then heads on over.
Yep. Next, anybody else? Y'all look like you're here for some knowledge. And he claps his hands together and kind of rubs them. Knowledge.
Do you have any books that are about ships? Maybe possibly shipbuilding or sailing, and maybe like famous captains or crew.
Let's see here. What kind of ships? You talking about them there floaty boats? Or you talking about them there fly boats? Or you talking about them there spacey boats?
Are they all in different sections?
Yep.
Boats.
Can you make a note, or can I make a note of each one of them?
I mean, you can make a note if you want. If you want.
I would. Right. I'll do that.
Yeah, you just go on down that way. For that one, row 1, aisle 3. And then for their floaty boats, well, I mean them fly boats, it's row 1, aisle 2. And then for them spacey boats, you just follow that feller that's you came in with.
Thank you.
Hey, Joel. Did anyone hear where Joel was going?
1417. And Shaw will be like, Zed, please help.
Vastly different.
Common is my second language.
That's a good point. Thank you.
I'll go with Zed.
Be a real shame when I have to reorganize this whole library tomorrow. Yep. Anyway,
So
next.
sorry. I hope you the best of luck.
Sir,
Library episode.
That was Kozik that said sir, right?
sir.
I heard sir. That's all I heard, though. I need you to yell into your microphone loud enough so your neighbors can hear it. Kozik says something that we can hear. Like, I feel like Kozik's trying to say something, but it's not coming through. Like, I heard sir.
Yeah, the last couple of times he's tried to say something, it seems like it's cutting off the last word in his sentence. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Can he hear us?
The joys of the audio.
Joys of audio issues. Episode 500.
Sir.
Yep, I heard sir and sir coming from somewhere behind them chairs over there.
Yes. Do you have books about the fairy folk?
Oh yeah, we got some folk tale, we got folklore, we got let's see here, we got some books on what part of the fairy folk you want to learn about? Anatomy?
maybe the battle between the fairy courts.
All right. Which courts? Because there's a whole lot of courts.
Well, although the peppermint court is quite interesting, the dark and the light, the the battle between good and evil.
Oh yeah, the ones about them. There's whatchamacallits, the let's see here, the
Seelies and the Seelie.
yeah, the Sealies in them, they're unsealies. Yep. That's gonna be row what's here? There it is, row 4, column 13.
Yes, hand me that grease pencil and I'll make a little note here. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know what a pencil is, but here's a quill.
Thank you. I'll just take a little ink here and jot. Thank you.
Hope you find what you're looking for. All right. And Sorry is out on the walk.
She's just taking a look around town and just seeing how people are faring and how much damage there is and what's going on for people and just making sure there's no other trouble and looking around and everything looks like people are, cleaning things up and there's some people crying because they've lost people and she decides everything's okay and she's going to head over to the library to catch up with the group.
Roger that. So let's see. The first person in the library list of things would be Cha. Well, Cha
Okay,
and
if
Zed,
Cha
I guess
could-
technically.
Yeah, if we can work together to give each other some help on this, that would be terrific. So Cha wanted to look up. I guess we're sharing similar information. So astral plane, as well as astral or spacey ships, as they were called, I believe. Gateways, maps, potentially on the material plane of where crossovers occur. Potential, any cities or experts on the subject, potentially. Things like that. Astral plane, all things astral. So if Zed could help me and I could get advantage, I'll roll to do that. Is that what you'd like?
Yep.
Yeah, so
if he aids you.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
that would be-
it sounded like Opal said that she was gonna go with Zed.
Oh yeah,
and
Opal was
Zed.
Opal was following Zed. I did want to say
Okay,
that.
so Zed's got 3 different spots. 2 of them are gonna be more related to, like the material plane, and they're right next to each other. And so I think first he would go off and meet up with Cha, and Zed's specifically looking for the means of just details about these ships, maybe instructions on how to fly them properly, sail them, how they're made, kind of the ins and outs of the actual ship itself. But he would definitely still assist Cha with the stuff that Cha was looking for. And I'm sure Opal being
and
there
vice
as well
versa.
would be
If you're looking
even
into
more
the
helpful.
ideas of how to build one of these ships, leave me with this for a bit of time. I'm sure I can figure it out.
OOC, it's for Zed, he would just want like the info, just looking for the knowledge. I don't know that he's thinking that we'll have to build one. Maybe we will, but if we do, then it's perfect that Opal's here because. But yeah, he's just trying to brush up on things that he might not know about all of this.
All right.
What
So
do you
that
want from us, DM?
sounds like some. Let's see. So hold on. So you are looking for. Sorry, my brain just kapoof.
My brain's doing that too.
Basically, for Cha, it'll be the astral plane, crossovers, maps, sites on the material plane where it is possible to cross over if there are any.
Okay, let's start there. So give me an investigation, and if anybody's helping you, it's with advantage.
Okie dokie. Investigation. 17.
So, as far as charts and maps would go, you don't find any of that. This library is not nearly extensive enough to have any information of that degree.
Gotcha.
But you do find some books about the astral sea and wild space and how they are essentially part of the same ecosystem but separate environments, if that makes sense. So with the 17, you'd know that wild space is kind of like imagine if your planet had a certain sphere around it, like a certain radius of known things, I guess would be the way to put it. Imagine wild space to be like space, right? But once you go outside of a quote unquote like solar system, and this is just the best way of trying to describe it. Actually, for you, with your experiences, imagine the 9 hells, right? Like there's the different planes that there are in the hells, but then there's also, that makes you call the question, so what is in between the space of each of these layers? If there was a space in between, but just kind of the idea from your experience, you'd be interpreting it as there's 9 layers, but what could reside in between layers 7 and 8? What kind of space is in between layer 1 and 2?
The only
And-
thing
and-
that Cha knows or has heard about that is the river Styx, is the sort of metaphysical in between space between the realms of the hells. So if this
Correct.
is like the area of the river Styx, then
Correct.
symbolically he could comprehend that.
Yes, as best as he can, right?
Right.
Like imagine the river Styx was much greater, much more vast and wide and sprawling and expansive, whereas the domains of the different hells are very extremely small in comparison to the sheer amount of excess river.
Sure.
There we go. Islands. The 9 hells are islands, and that would be like wild space, and the astral sea is like the river itself. Boom.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
the wild space would be in between the astral plane and the material plane? Is that the idea?
The astral sea would be basically the astral sea is the in between. Wild space is like
Oh. Another
the
plane?
the sphere of influence between 2 different wild space points.
Okay.
Think
Gotcha.
like a gravity. How gravity works. There's a certain sphere around an object that wild space would be, and that's not necessarily gravity, but just kind of a sphere. And then once you go outside of wild space, then you're in the astral sea.
Huh.
Okay, so wild space.
Here, let me
so
get you
wild
an
space
image.
are like the wild space are like the islands, and the astral sea surrounds these islands, which are the wild space. Wild space.
And there's a handy dandy little illustration.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Aha, wild space.
Wild space.
Astral Dominion.
Each of those
Wild
wild space
space.
systems, are those within those spheres, are there different planets and different lands and things? Those aren't each a planet, right? Those are different areas where there's different planets and lands and things in there.
Space.
Is that right?
It's set up like
Cubed?
planets, isn't it? Like there's a center.
Cubed? Uh-oh, I lost cubed.
and
No, but
Nope.
it looks like, look at
I
each
am allowing
one.
you to interpret that as you will with the 17.
Okay, well, look at each one, Shaw, because there's like like in the one on the upper right-hand corner, you
I think
can
it's kind
see
of fun
like
to let them
almost like a
dissect
Saturn-like
that.
planet with rings around it. And
Right.
then other
Well,
ones look like
Or even a
like
galaxy. It
if
could
I
be
had,
like its
right.
own little
But other ones
universe.
look like continents on them and stuff. Like it seems like a combination of
Right, the
things.
Astral Dominion. It's kind of this
Oh, but look,
floating
there's a sun
continent.
in the middle of some of them.
And then there's these rings,
Interesting.
concentric rings with like a dead god floating at the center. So that's intriguing. That could be like the center of the universe, maybe there.
if I could, I think my best summary of what this could be is each of these specific areas could be, how do I put it, calm areas, while the astral sea is the wilder, more untamed sections of this area.
I think the thing we're trying to determine is if the sphere is solid like a planet, or the sphere is like just a whole area that contains within it planets and different
Yeah, that's what I'm interpreting it as.
lands.
Is that
I mean,
it's like there's like a
Yeah, it
sphere of
seems like it.
existence in each
Yeah.
sphere.
it
Yeah, I
could
Okay,
think
be
so
so
I think I
too.
get the idea.
It's almost like
So
these are
wild
individual
space,
universes.
astral plane, and then
Ah,
It's like
she's
Shaw, what
these
do
getting
are
you
it.
know
all
about
universes.
crossover areas, if that's possible? If are there places on the material plane that are known for that at all? Is there anything about crossing over?
Is there a
Not in the
specific
books
place we're trying to
here.
get to?
Not in
You
these
feel
books.
extremely lucky to have found this level of detail.
Gotcha.
Starry has since
Space.
snuck in and is peeking over the shoulder of looking at this drawing with them.
Okay, so is that all that Cha gets about it? Is that idea of the wild space and those systems, and then that's within the astral sea, which is all part of the astral plane.
The plane is all of it. You're
Gotcha.
just an island in the sea.
Did that
We
feather
still have
tell us
no idea
where we're
where.
trying to get to in the astral plane?
We don't have any coordinates that we know of.
we have to go off vibes alone.
But there has been communication from the being with Cha through his son and directly. So that could help once we're there. Maybe we could communicate more clearly. I don't know. We just got to get there first.
I'm trying to remember
Figure
that
out a reference point.
conversation that we had with that guy, that we went through this portal. We were in a tavern and we went through a portal, and I went back to get Zed, and he was this being that was like really high up on the beyond gods, and he was telling
Yeah,
us all this
that's a
stuff.
creature we've met with a few times.
Right.
Who wants
I
us to
just
do this? Like he wants us
right,
to do this.
right. That's what I remember, and I was just trying to remember what other information he might have given us.
He didn't give anything as far as the direction. We just know it's in the astral sea because Cha had a vision of that.
But
That's
we're
also
supposed
where
to go
Cha's.
find this guy, though, right? We're supposed to find. Who was it? We're
No, we're
supposed to
not going to
find
find.
there.
Well,
No,
there's
there's
a
somebody he
being
wanted us to
there.
find. A being, yeah.
Yeah, in a big cloud, which terrifies Zed's crew. We figured out that cloud does, so that's not a very good sign. But that's kind of where we need to get to is the cloud.
I think those are maybe separate.
Oh, was it the nautiloid that scared
Yeah,
them?
they were
Not
being
the
like
cloud.
chased by what seemed to be a nautiloid, and then
Right.
they went into the cloud to try and get away.
Okay.
Um, And I think the thing that Sari's referencing is we're supposed to be trying to free someone because
Yes.
Yes.
someone
That's
is
right.
in prison
That's the
and
cloud.
it's them. They are the one that's saying, if you are able to free me, I can fix all this mess for you.
Right. That's the being we're supposed to find in the
Mhm.
astral plane, right?
Specifically saying that it will shore up any holes between the realms, and that is precisely what this
It's kind of like,
quadruped
yeah, right.
tentacle creature has been doing, is sticking pieces of itself through these holes in reality. So
Mhm.
as it is, that's the only thing we've come across that could possibly stop it, is if we release this being and it is able to shore up the holes between the dimensions.
So yeah, we've got to get to the astral plane just to learn more about this being if we can. He who
Anyway,
waits
that's
to be
all. So that's
freed.
the that's what Char got, I suppose. So on to whoever's next.
Zed was more or less, I mean, in a similar light to Cha, just looking for information. But the information he's looking for is specifically going to be pertaining to the ships, like diagrams of maybe how they're made or how they work, because he's very familiar with seafaring ships.
Opal will help
So
him in
he's
this
going
regard.
to kind of try to apply his knowledge and see what he can figure out to learn more about these other ships, if there's information based on. Sounds like the library here might not have a whole lot on that sort of thing.
Don't give me an investigation.
I will be assisting with this.
Are we looking for a book with the investigation?
I think you're looking through the books with the investigation to find out what information you get.
That's what I'm
Isn't that
wondering.
it?
So
Yeah,
because if
because
Zed
he pointed you
wants
into
to,
the section where the books are, so it just takes you some time to sift through them.
okay, because that's what I was wondering. If basically Opal's going to have a better investigation than Zed.
Oh,
But
I mean, you're right.
but Zed wants to actually read the book to get the information.
Oh,
So
Opal will allow you to read it.
if it pertains, okay, but I didn't know how that would work, like, because you know what I mean. If Cubed wants me to roll, if I'm
I mean, whoever wants to roll, that's
I will
up to
roll
y'all.
with advantage with Zed's help. I believe that's
that makes
the
sense.
thing. And of course, Opal's not going to be a knowledge hoarder. She will allow Zed to read. That's a 23.
Nice.
Read.
Under all of those specifications of looking for a book with diagrams on how these ships work, how they've been made, that kind of thing.
So throughout this entire very small library, you do come across a single book or journal, however you want to phrase it, writings, and you pop it open and you start sifting through, and it has like very, very, very vague diagrams, almost just like not even necessary. I wouldn't say like to the same level of like a child's drawings, but very simplified images of like airships and how some of them have these like large, just massive rings around them, kind of depicting flame, and some don't seem to have that ring. Like there's just so many different styles of them that are conveyed. And as you continue through the book, you get to the rear of the book, and in the rear it says, for any further inquiries, hold on, I gotta find my journal. For any further inquiries, see, and I gotta make sure I get this right. 1 second. I don't want to fuck it up. Oh, I gotta refer to my world map here. The notes on.
Go world maps. Now we're getting somewhere. Made the DM stop and check his notes.
Foreshadowing the Dinzans.
It's a good sign.
Sorrowinds. Had that.
Oh,
Yeah. So in the back it just says see library of Chronosis for further
Chronosis.
information.
have any of you ever been to Chronosis? Because I can't get anything out of this book aside from very basic things.
Right. This is not.
Chronosis.
It's not really what I was looking for. But
I am the most disappointed in this entire group because I would have loved to build one of these.
well, we got. At
Let's
least got
ask the
location.
librarian. Let's ask the librarian. He might know. Chronosis.
Yeah, we gotta ask for the Library of Chronosis, and then just keeping track of all this knowledge that we're slowly but surely finding our way. I might go
So-
pop over to the other aisle and see if I can find a couple other books about these other ships and whatnot. Welcome to join me.
I'll join you. Satiate my disappointment from this book.
So in the meantime, Sari goes to find Inanna. Are you there, Inanna?
Yeah, and Anna's been in the back. She's reading through history books, basically
Alright.
trying to get a better vibe on the towns,
clicked the
people,
thing.
like the areas around them, kingdoms,
All right.
local cities.
So listen, Inanna. I'm thinking about our friends here looking for information about how to get to the astral plane.
Bonk.
Oba wants to build an astral
Don't
ship,
die.
and we're looking at a map about it all. But I was thinking, don't you think that we could there could be some kind of spell we could cast, a ritual we could do, where we could focus in on this being we're looking for, and get our direction pointed that way, instead of trying to make the thing to get us to the place. What if we tried to see if we can get an intuition about which way we need to go to find this being, and that maybe we can get some guidance to be led there? What do you think?
Well, she thinks about it. If you're asking me for some sort of fortune telling, I'll have to tell you I'm not that powerful of a divination person. You might want a divination wizard, honestly. And we could
Right.
theoretically sort that out. However, and I will simply point this out to you. To teleport into the astral plane might be one of the worst decisions one person could make.
No,
because
I'm
how-
not thinking about teleporting. No, I'm just more thinking about like a homing beacon, to get an idea of where we're headed, guidance, so that we're just heading in the right direction, going to the right place for information. Just
Busting my
some kind of
microphone.
guidance,
See if I can
so that we're not just flailing
try
about,
this.
looking at books in small towns and whatnot. Really just asking for guidance about where might be the next place to go to get the information that we need, is what I'm thinking.
I do. And as I said, I have a little bit of divination power, but not an incredible amount. I could certainly try it.
So you can
Yeah, I'm
Keep it in
thinking
my
even a
back
little
breathing's
bit could
activating
help
the mic,
us.
and I hate
Yeah.
that.
Mm.
It's a simple
I lower
yes/no
here.
question, a little
That works.
augury about good and bad omens.
Right. Like I'm wondering about this library that
Mm-hmm.
they found at the end of the book, the Chronosis, I think it was, library. Like I want to get an idea of that, if that's, where we want to be heading, or if it's not in the right direction, or, just get some guidance. Yeah.
I could certainly try it. And she fishes through her stuff. She pulls out a pair of dice. And she's like, you may have guessed at some point that I have in fact caused rest as other members of the court before, other types of clerics. But with that in mind, she sort of shakes her dice and casts augury. The theoretical action that she's going to be taking in the next 30 minutes would be if they started heading down to the library that Sari is discussing.
Wail and
One-
woe.
Wail and woe. It's not in that town, no doubt.
Oh no, the results are good and bad.
Okay, wail and woe.
So, and she'll actually point this out to Sari, if we'd gotten wheel, there would have been only good results. If we had gone to the library, we get our answer and nothing goes wrong. That would have been wheel, or an example of
Okay.
wheel.
Okay.
Whoa, perhaps the library is a trap for us to fall into. There's no wheel, there's no good answers. We just go there and we waste our time
Mm-hmm.
and we get in trouble. For wheel and woe, well, it's a mixed bag. It is an
Okay.
omen that we cannot quite portend yet. All we know is that it mostly falls in the middle somewhere. We might get some answers and we might find some trouble. In other words, I think it's a great place to go.
Sounds right up our alley. Yeah. Let's go tell the others.
She puts back away her dice
Thank you.
and she's like, I'm going to continue trying to read what I can about the human settlements. I'll admit it's slow going.
Extremely slow go. Because you're basically going through records of places that probably aren't even there anymore. It's like, old sites that were around before they even settled here, that have been cleared out so they can
Mhm.
settle here, and
Right.
because on an 11.
Makes sense for a Eladrin, half Eladrin person to have that sort of a memory.
So we make our way over to the gang and we tell them what Inanna just found.
Oh, the gang who's still there, because Zed was gonna look at another ship.
Oh, I thought he was looking at another book about ships. Oh, okay.
He was. He was gonna search in a different section, I believe.
Oh, I imagined it being a small place. Okay.
I think Cha would have gone up to the librarian while they did that and asked about this place Chronosis. Where could it be
Chronosis.
found?
Yep, they got lots of knowledge there. Yep.
Oh, great!
I mean, probably comparable to that there Sorrowwinds, but I'd probably go to Sorrowwinds more personally. I mean, Chronosis is all up in
Sorrowwinds?
them there mountain ranges and stuff, whereas Sorrowwinds, you're gonna end up in the desert, and I feel like the desert's probably a little more. If you're gonna get attacked by something, it's probably gonna be something from under you or right on your level. Whereas if you're in the mountains, you're gonna get attacked by something below you, on top of you, and probably on the same level too. I'd rather see what's coming at me if I'm doing it, but I'm not the traveling types. I do yeah.
Well, terrific. And Cha will he'll ask if there's
Yep.
like a map he could purchase of the world, maybe, or the continent, and see if he could mark those two places, Sorrowwinds and Chronosis.
I mean, I ain't one of them cartographer types. I'm more of a sorting of knowledge types. Yep.
Sure. You don't have basic geography
You got a
knowledge?
cartography room or something?
I mean, when everything
Have an
one wants
atlas?
is when everything one wants is right in one room, it's quite hard to expand one's knowledge of the outside world. Though I would be surprised if there's not a map somewhere in here.
There's probably some in here.
Okay.
Do you have any ideas of
Search
where
for a
one might
map.
be, sir?
I mean, it's probably in the book somewhere. I don't know, look in, I don't know, maybe world history or something.
Thank you. That will be good enough.
I can't say I read every single one of the books in here.
I mean,
I
I
don't
would be
believe
surprised.
you.
I would be surprised if you did.
Me too.
Anyways, thank you very much. Apologies for the harassment.
Of course.
Now, shall we go inspect world history, everybody?
Enjoy your
Let's
book
do it.
learning.
Yeah, let's find a
It is
map of
rather
this. See if
enjoyable.
we can find this Chronosis place. You know, with a name like Chronosis, it kind of indicates it's got something maybe to do with time, do you think? There's an
Hmm.
element of time.
Chronosis. Sounds. I get where you're coming from, sorry.
Let's see, an infernal gnosis is kind of similar to knowledge.
Right, but Chronos is time.
Right. Huh.
It's funny how words from different languages end up in other languages. Regardless, who's going to help me look?
Right, let's look. Let's find this library. I'm very curious.
Will somebody help Opal with investigating?
I will help you.
Thank
While
you.
you're doing that, Zed, what specifically were you looking for in the second section?
Oops, sorry. I will say I know Kozik was looking for something. I don't know. Zed, the second area was still about ship stuff.
More
It would have been about
insight and perception.
the floaty boats and the flying boats. So like the flying ships that we've seen, but also more or less like he kind of asked a bit tongue in cheek if there were stories about famous captains or crews, just to kind of see if there might have been a book where his captain or crew was mentioned, or maybe his ship was mentioned. That was the not only that, but then just looking up like diagrams or where ports might be near us. General material plane knowledge about ships.
Zed's ship
All
is
right.
from 500
All right.
years ago.
That's a lot of information. Let's see. Assuming we can, Koza can get out a full sentence, maybe. Let's see. Maybe.
Oh, by the way, sorry if you're helping Opal. That is enough because Opal has insane investigation.
Oh.
I do thank you for the nice 21 to your roll as well.
You can maybe type into the chat what you're trying to get, Kozik. That might be an alternative.
Oh,
Are you
good
asking me a
idea.
question?
Yeah, I thought you were coming to the library to look for something.
Yeah, I just didn't hear you ask me any.
You keep cutting out, so he was saying maybe you want to use the chat because you keep cutting out like a couple words into your sentence.
I just want to know about the Feywild,
Feywild, right.
the
So,
Fey courts, and the battle between them.
right. Got it. Sorry, everybody put it in the order and my brain is slowing down. So the Fey courts. Give me an investigation. and we'll see how much. Oh,
Ouch.
so
I'm reading.
you read through the book about the Fey Courts, the grand in your head, the grand battle of good versus evil, the timeless and ever ongoing, constant, and
The
you open the
fictional
book,
romance novel.
and it's like it's a children's book about two fairies that threw rocks at each other, and they just didn't get along. I mean, you do have an inspiration.
Let's go ahead and use that.
I mean, to be fair, you could
Let's
only get
roll
two
again.
worse than what you just rolled, so practically anything would be better.
It's just taking a second.
Eventually. There it is.
That's better.
So 16. So you realize you unintentionally, you read, you were in the children's section of the Feywild, and you're like, oh, just okay, this section over here, which is like a row, not even like a full shelf, but just kind of like an extra row over, and like one shelf down. Like, oh, Feywild. Oh, silly me. How could I have mistaken this children's book? And you pop it open, and inside it regales to some degree what you already know. The battle between good and evil, the dark and the light. This book doesn't have specific information like you would know, like, the Queen of Air and Darkness, and and her sister, and all that stuff with the Black Diamond and all that. But you kind of get the feeling that with your 16, maybe a bit of knowledge that you might not have would be that there has been in the recent years, there has been more of an outflux, I guess. Output. There have been a lot more denizens of the Feywild, kind of being spotted on the material plane. So like more satyrs around, more Eladrins out and about on the material plane, more like Fey-esque creatures. Not necessarily like an invasion, but just kind of tracking. Maybe it was almost like a census book, right? And it's just like tracking the movement of the denizens of the Feywild, and there's definitely a lot of movement. But the book doesn't really go into specifics as to why.
So there's kind of a weakening of the barriers between the worlds.
Either that, or there's a purpose for them coming to this
They're
side.
coming over. Hmm.
Because of the war between the two courts.
And 16. Yeah, I needed 17. I'd give it to you.
Nice.
It's yeah. It's close enough that it's like I'll give you a little bit, but not specific. Okay, yeah, that's how we'll do it. So you would also get a little bit of the hint, just in maybe even like a sidebar of the writer's opinion and just sort of their own speculation. Maybe like kind of like journal notes or something scribbled off to the side, and they indicate that they get a feeling that it's no longer a fight between just Seelie and Unseelie. There's something else afoot, and they are willing to delve more into the depths of the unknown to bring you more journal entries and writings. And this is, maybe this is like volume 1 of volume 2 to come soon kind of thing.
Is there a date in the back of the book or anything? How old is this book?
Date wise, there is no date.
This is very troubling. Okay.
And while you ponder that information, Zed, you are looking for information. All right, so we'll go down the list one thing at a time. Because y'all are just like, I want this, and this. Like, I need
No, I
to
thought I
know
was
these
just
one at a
gonna
time.
look up one book, and then we were gonna bounce. The
Yeah, you're
library
bouncing
idea.
between lots of subjects.
That's
All right,
never what happens for us.
I
All right.
literally just wanted to look up information about ships. And then in the books, if I found any, I would flip the pages to see if there was any mention of like famous captains or crews to see if my captain, crew, or ship was mentioned.
I love it if your crew is totally legendary.
Okay. Of legendary captains' ships, there are many names, but none of them are ones you recognize. And give me an investigation. Yeah, there's none of them you recognize. With certainty.
Alrighty.
Oof. That's 2 3s. Unless he has an. Okay. So, was there anything else people wanted to search?
Specifically, Opal is looking into.
Oh
Old
my
man
god, I'm
said
flipping a
that-
No, just kidding.
And she rolled a 26 with Sari's assistance.
And what were you looking for?
World maps about where this place might be.
World map.
If Opal
here.
can lay out a map in her head, she can get her group there in no time.
Well, general direction, yes. Specifics, there is much different.
No. It depends on how detailed the map is, really.
Oh, you're gonna see how detailed this map is.
There's going to be no signifiers for mountains, no crevices, all flat land.
Let me pull Opal to the scene. There you go. You're the only one seen.
Oh. And could you ping me where it is in comparison to us?
If my
See where
mouse
you
lets me
are,
ping.
Cubed. You're right, Cubed. If you can like circle around the area we are.
So that's where it is, where your cursor is. And this is where you are.
And I'm assuming this map works like north,
North, south, east, west.
yeah. Oh, so it's almost directly eastward. Okay, understood.
Just a very, very, very,
And
very
I'm
long
assuming
distance.
this isn't like as detailed as to what Opal is saying, because this is fairly detailed for what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, Opal is essentially just saying this town and then a straight shot to this place right over here. All right. Opal's
Much
just
of a
going to
scene.
say, well, if we want to get to that specific location, it looks like we have to head east. Though this map isn't very specific. There might be issues, trials, tribulations in our way. Who knows? But isn't that the thrill of adventure?
There you go. That's the spirit.
And who knows? Hey, Cha, you might get a chance to stab my volcano mother.
Oh, I can't wait. If
Who
I could only
knows?
stab my mother at the same time, I could stab 2 mothers with 1 blade.
Who
Ah,
knows? Maybe we can be like, never mind. An idea to share later.
Great. All right. So, as we're kind of wrapping things up, where's everybody planning to go? Because at this point, it is in the evening. So,
I guess if we gather all of our notes together about what we just learned,
Yep.
and then
I think that's
determine
more
where
than
this Chronosis might be.
Niavara, you are very quiet.
I think Niavara, seeing as she specifically was like sort of looking for the local areas, you might furthermore ask specifically which book she was looking at would have information about Chronosis, like which region.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for maps too. Books with maps.
She was already
Oh,
looking through
sorry.
geography and theory, is why I was asking.
Hmm.
That way, you could check it out.
Yeah.
Remember, you helped Opal, and Opal would have shown you the very not detailed map of where Chronosis
Oh,
is.
that's right. I went and that's right. We were investigating. Sorry. I'm tired.
And it is eastward of this town.
Ah,
A bit northeastern.
do you know
East by
how
northeast.
far north and east we're talking?
Quite
A day's
while.
walk? A day's
Uh,
walk? Couple
I
of
would actually
days?
say we might forget about our time here and the time it takes us to get there.
Nah,
But who
unlikely.
knows?
Either way, takes her. She would put away the rest of the books and say, "Well, that was a whole lot of nothing.
I mean, if we
I don't
want
know
to
how
go to
else to
this,
manage it."
if we want to go to this town, I'm definitely up for the challenge.
It might be a good idea if we can get more info about where to go.
counting the
We can
hexes.
figure out where
There's
the
good
right
results
ship
to be
is.
found there.
Imagine our own crew with our own astral ship. Ah,
Yeah. And
amazing.
Zed is the captain. Captain Thatcher.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
Are you ready for that, Zed? You ready to be a captain of your own astral ship?
And astral crew.
You're gonna spook him.
Look, he's speechless with awe.
Speeches.
He's speeches.
He speeches with. Like I said, it's my second language.
Still getting
Speech.
used to
I
common.
still need to work on the suffixes. The suffixes.
Don't worry,
Gosh.
Cha, you're doing great.
The irregular verbs. Oh, goodness. So much simpler and infernal.
That's what everybody thinks about their first language, Cha.
Well, there we go. To Chronosis.
We should probably rest
Chronosis.
up.
Yeah, I was thinking we were
Chronosis.
going back to the library and having a good sleep there.
I think give
Opal
me
will thank the
the mimic.
librarian as
Or-
she leaves.
The mimic, where we have a room set up for us.
Yeah, we've got a couple of rooms.
The librarian has been oh so nice as to tolerate our existences. So Opal will give him a thank you as she leaves.
What's the thank you?
Hmm?
You said
Gives
you.
the librarian. Oh, sorry. What cubed?
I was asking what are you giving them?
Opal is just saying a thank you as she leaves the library.
Yep, that's what I do around here. I do all the book learning.
And your profession is underappreciated.
Mr.
Don't I know it?
Librarian, sir.
Yep.
Would you accept a gratuity from me?
I'm always willing to accept what you call it, them there gifts from peoples.
I contribute 10 gold to him in the library.
Ooh, nice.
He smacks a hand on the desk and then the one on his knee. Hot dang! You didn't have to do that, filler. Just a humble librarian doing my job around here.
You know, Mr. Librarian, we are writing a book about our adventures across the universe, and we want you to be in it. What is your name?
You can call me Jim Bob.
Jim Bob.
Yep,
That is
that's
the
one name.
funniest elven name and the funniest elven accent I have ever heard.
Ah, what's your name, miss?
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Don't need to be sorry, miss. What's your name?
It had to happen at some point.
Oh yeah, I saw it coming. It was a clear setup. My name, sir, is Sorry.
So your name is Sir Sorry? That's an interesting name for an elven
Nope.
woman.
My name is Sorry, sir.
S-A-R-I.
Oh, so you got one of them weird names just like mine. See, ain't so weird.
Exactly.
And he does like a kind of like a point to himself and then point to you like, now you see, now you, uh-huh. Your statement doesn't seem so weird when you're the weird one, is it? Kind of given that.
Point taken, sir. Point taken.
Yep, you're welcome to come into the library anytime. Because you know what? It's not going anywhere. Wasn't even important enough to get rated. And I like it like that, actually.
Is there a detailed library rating system here in the material world?
Yep, the rating system is 5 out of 5. Because there's no other numbers, because I'm in charge. Yep.
Oh, you created the system. Got it.
Damn, Skipper, I did.
And we love to see self-confidence and a correct assessment. Let's get some sleep, y'all.
Sleep it is. Sleep it is.
Yep, sleep it is. I don't sleep, though, so good luck with that.
And neither do I.
Yep, thank you for your patronage. Appreciate yous. Come on back to Jim Bob's library anytime. I'll be
Thanks
here.
for
You
your
know,
help.
if we do end up on our own astral ship, we'll make sure to make a pit stop by.
I mean, if you name
Fine,
it the
say
Jim
no.
Bob, that would also be pretty cool.
Well,
Zed's
think
just
about
shaking his
that,
head.
mate.
Zed is
If-
just shaking his head in the corner, like,
If I'm the one
Not
who
a
makes
chance.
it, I will name it the Jim Bob, and none of you will have a choice in the matter.
Jim Bob, Gary.
Opal
Old
will just
Jim.
give him a thumbs up as she leaves.
in the signing thieves can't. If Chaw's paying attention, Zed's just like, it's a good thing I know how to dismantle ships. And Zed's gonna look at Jim Bob here. Before I leave, odd question: do you have a favorite book?
Yeah, actually, I do have a favorite book, as a matter of fact. It's not done yet, though.
Oh,
I
you're
see.
writing the book.
Yep, it's a work in progress. And if you were to ask me about some kind of a rating for it, I'd say it's a 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5. Is that the name of the
That's
book?
fine.
5 out of 5.
No, it would be Jim Bob's 5 out of 5. But I'm still working on the title.
Ah.
So Zed,
How about
without saying
5?
anything, he's gonna kind of grab the quill that I guess is sitting on the desk, and if there's any loose like piece of paper or anything on the desk, he'll probably just grab that. If not, he'll rummage through and grab something out of a pocket, and he's gonna one by one write down all of our first names. Not gonna say anything. He's just gonna write down our names. And he's gonna turn it and slide it to Jim Bob. If you really want your story to be a 5 out of 5, you might want to include these heroes. Just a thought. Let's be going. We've
An
got some
important
rest to get.
question. Do you write Inanna or do you write Niavara?
Yeah, he writes
Mm.
Inanna. He writes all of our current names.
All right.
Oh,
That's why.
scholars will debate this for years.
Oh yeah, big time.
Ha.
Is
narrow
Inanna
miss.
Niavara or not?
Oh man, it'll be like who's Banksy?
People think they know. Do they?
Mysteries of the Traveler abound.
Ooh, hold on. This could be fun. All right. He writes, okay. I was going to say, depending on what I rolled, he might write Inanna slightly different, like italicized, but he just writes them all. He just writes them all plain.
That's good because that would be dangerous.
Even
It'd
more
be
grist for
super
the
obvious,
mill.
but yeah.
It's in italics. What's happening?
All right. So it sounds like y'alls are going to get your long rest in after a day of discovery and pain
Yeah.
and curses and almost bar fights.
Libraries.
Yeah,
Yep.
Opal's going to finally return to her proper coloration after such a long day. Oh, it's beautiful to get a long rest in.
Oh. Almost like it's real.
Oh, if Opal had to go into every combat encounter gray, she would have been so upset. But hey, we're fine. We're good. We're great.
So as you
Ah.
all make your way to your respective rooms, they are not the best highest quality rooms you've been in. They're pretty in the middle, if not a little bit, on the underside of the middle. But, probably on account of there being so many people and there's still some stuff that hasn't been completely dusted off, but considering you've been hiking and out in the woods and in the water and out in the forest, this is actually really nice in comparison to be in a location that actually has a bed and flooring and not having to worry about, getting ambushed by goblins or getting like attacked by anything. This is
Pretty
actually
nice.
very nice. Yeah, the stress of
Pure
not getting
luxury.
ambushed is just that's stress. No stress because not worried about getting ambushed. So you all lay down for an evening, and to that point, Ja, you cannot
Yes.
help but snap awake immediately as soon as your eyes close.
Ooh.
And you
Okay.
are just kind of floating in nothingness.
Oh.
The
Wow.
stars all around you.
Uh-oh.
There is no sky, there is no ground. But there is a familiar figure. A lizard folk.
Hmm.
And it just walks to you without words. And it taps its little, like it's reptilian, like obsidian, like even its claws are like obsidian black. And it just kind of taps your chest, right where your key is. Remember. Task.
I am honored, my friend. And Cha salutes the being.
And as he says that, his form shifts to that of a very familiar looking individual that gave you warning back in Zareth about your compatriots. And the words echo, remember your tasks. And then and then it shifts, it shrinks and molds into a small imp. Remember. Oh yeah, no, his voice was deeper. Remember. Task.
Excellent.
And then
You can count on me.
the image just disappears in a plume of smoke. Inanna,
Yes?
you, as you lay down for changeling, as you lay down for a rest,
Mhm.
you find yourself as soon as your eyes close, you find yourself at that table again. This time, a singular entity, as opposed to a council, as it were. And they're holding up their hand as if expecting something from you. And you look down and you see a small piece of shrapnel.
She lifts it up, like off the table, to examine it. What does the shrapnel look like? Like, is it wood, glass, metal?
It appears to be made of some kind of a metal. And you kind of hold it up and it kind of looks like some kind of a metal. And as you focus in on this object, it kind of looks like that of a block of obsidian, kind of in a tower-like shape.
Oh. She glances up to the stranger across from her. Well, if it's just you and I one-on-one, what do you want?
It points to the object.
You'd like the piece of the tower. She slowly pushes it over to him.
As you do so, because at this point even the hand has been obscured in shadow, but it reaches out, and it is not what you thought it was. The hand is more slender, a lot more smooth skin, and on the back of it, as it reaches and grabs the tiny piece of shrapnel, it is that of the Fury.
The piece of shrapnel is that of the Fury, or the hand reaching out towards me?
The hand, the like tattoo in the hand or engraving.
And she smiles at it and she's like, blessed be. You going to tell me something at some point?
There's a moment of silence in the shadowed and darkened room. And then they reach up and pull the hood back very slowly. But just before you're able to catch a glimpse of what you see, the morning comes. Kozik, you lay down for the
Yes.
evening, unabated by the, well, once oppressive hunger. You lay down for the evening and call it a night, to which you also have a sort of a vision. Your eyes open again, and well, for a single blink, you're back in the room, but then you blink a second time, and the walls become more and more abstract, almost like melting away, almost like becoming a surreal painting, where the walls melt into the floor, but then the floor starts to melt into the ceiling, and everything just starts becoming more and more amorphous, and the colors begin to blend until a lot of the darker colors start to fade away, and there's a lot more light. And throughout this molding and reconstruction, you're in a room of what kind of looks like smoky quartz. And in the middle of this room is a pedestal. And upon said pedestal appears to be a perfectly cut black diamond.
Oh.
And on the other side, a very wispy looking figure that slowly comes into full form. And it's, well, the same woman in your first sort of remembrance. Maybe her hair is a little different. Maybe her nails color's a little different. But you know her. And she, without words, points to the diamond. And in front of you appears a little tabby cat. One very familiar to the, you know this one. Not Chonky.
Okay.
And it takes a seat in front of you and looks up at the pedestal. And the only words that ring through your mind, your own words, or are they? You can't quite tell. Are, seek the lost object. Seek the broken. Seek the dangerous tool. It must be retrieved if we are to survive. And at that point, the diamond itself shatters into several pieces and just almost like a magnet, right? Like a similar polarity that fragments just fly into the walls and disappear in all directions.
Ah.
And then the cat looks up at you, swishes its tail a couple times, and then bats at your foot, and that's what causes you to wake up in the morning.
Wow.
Huh.
And then Opal, you don't sleep. Skip. No, just kidding.
No, Opal does. I mean, Opal imitates to the best of her ability, and sometimes she does drift off into her quite
Idle.
often very busy thoughts.
Yeah, like, so basically so since you don't really drift off to sleep, it's more like when you're sitting down and just kind of staring at something, just like brain turned off mode for X amount of time, and you're just like imagining things in a sense, not necessarily like a hallucination, but just sort of in the imagination side of things. All you
Yes,
can
I
think
am.
about.
I am very aware of what this would be like, and I think Opal would also be very aware of what this is like. I'm imagining she's drifting so far into that line of thought that she's a bit too absorbed into it and doesn't realize what's happening.
Yeah, where the line thins between, am I just so bored I'm daydreaming, or am I actually asleep? Well, I don't sleep, so it's got to be, where's my mind? Kind of like that. Where's my mind going?
Yeah.
All you can think about is your origin. You think about your creator, or the one that raised you, at least. You think about the thing around his neck, and you think about all the people that might want a piece of that. Like, only a couple of you know exactly what that is.
As
But
far
you
as
just-
Opal knows, only
Yeah.
2 people.
But you just can't help but wonder about the draconic entity. What of them?
Yeah, that's something that's been gnawing at Opal. And I'm imagining as this line of thought goes further, all of the horrible ideas of what could be happening specifically to her father rush into her mind a bit too quickly for her to be able to process them all. As
And then-
the very familiar anxiety of her father being alone sets in. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that was basically your thing.
Oh, I gotcha.
That little bit of like both reminder and like, what of that individual? So for sorry, you drift off, your eyes shut, and you think back to that encounter you had with the guy back in Zareth, and like their very protective nature of their friends who, drunkards and ne'er-do-wells, but they're also a paladin, and it's almost like they had an oath to their own to their own friends. But you also think your eyes have shut, and as you have that thought, whether or not it is correlative or not,
Uh-huh.
you were back in the Feywild. There's trees about, there's color everywhere. There's even a sun in the sky, as you have experienced before. And you are quickly brought to the remembrance of your own master being felled,
Oh,
who did it,
gosh.
why they did it. And as you have this memory, you focus in more and more on, the one who you had surmised to be the reason for your master's death. However, as your perspective was you had to flee, but the vision takes you back into that moment. Your master laying in the pool of their own blood, blade through their, blade already removed from their body. And from what you thought, the queen or the queen's minions, there's a shift, almost like a mirage. Whether or not this is actually what happened, you can't really say. I mean, it's just a dream, right? But as it does so, you see a very different form take place. Not that of what you would think to be a minion of the Unseelie, but someone a lot more vibrant, a lot more colorful, a lot more bright, like blues and yellows and almost like butterfly colorations. And standing just over the body of your master with this bloodied blade. This is somebody from the Sealy court. But their face is covered by this
What?
mask, and there's horns, like kind of gnarled like deer antlers sticking out of their head. And they turn to another individual that kind of popped out of the shadows, and they both nod. And with the grace and poise fitting of a noble, this individual turns on their heels, snaps their fingers, and vanishes, leaving behind nothing more than a... It's like kind of summer-esque colored, like, you know, summer, almost like summer court, like orangish red, yellowish maybe, leaf behind, and then the leaf itself is blown away into the darkness, and then you wake up in the morning.
What? Yeah.
Oh,
Damn.
Zed,
Okay.
there's so many things for
man,
Zed to
yeah.
have
See
to be
what
thinking
see what a
about.
trip to the library will do for you, everybody.
It opens your mind.
Knowledge.
Remember to read.
Read.
Reading Rainbow.
I can.
Yeah, eat your bananas and read, everybody.
Yeah, get your potassium before you read too.
See, D&D isn't the devil.
So Zed, you fell asleep for the evening. Little one probably like resting on your chest as you fall asleep. However you may choose to. If you're sitting in the corner, he'll just sit in your lap. But you, it's almost a reoccurring theme. You're back on a ship. Not the Ashen Wake, though. Some other ship. Some other seafaring vessel. There are several other people around you. They're just meandering about as would any vessel and any, just crew. And it kind of looks like they're probably transporting people, too. Because there's a lot of varying people that aren't in sailor uniform or outfit. And they, you blink for a second, and it's almost like a complete tone shift. Like first it's calm seas, and then the next thing you see is flames licking the sides of the ship, people panicking, bodies on the ground, and you see yourself running from the top deck below, only to see more flames and fire. You spot several humans? Their arms are way too long, their legs are way too long, but they're humanoid. The best description that you would be able to think of is almost like Slenderman. And they are just grabbing people, and when they touch people, you just see all the life drain out of them almost just instantaneously. They don't shrivel. Their eyes don't roll into the back of their heads. They just collapse. And you, having nothing more than a dagger in your hand, look down to your feeble weapon and see a couple of these entities moving towards you, but they move unnaturally. It's like they take one step and they move 3 steps. But in the midst of it, they blink and shudder and just kind of blur in and out as they walk, and you realize you have no chance against something like this. So you duck into the closest room, which is labeled Captain's Quarters, only to find a mostly bloody man, long beard, just like black beard, but it's just coated in blood. He looks like his body had been pierced several times by daggers or some kind of weaponry. And he reaches under his desk as he sees you enter with eyes wide, coughing up blood. and he slides a small lockbox to you. And then he opens it. And all he says as he does so with his dying breath, it's protected. Your life. And as he opens the box, there is a jet black, perfectly cut diamond.
Oh, I like that.
And you reach for it,
Uh-oh.
and just as you touch
Convergence
it,
of forces.
it shatters into several pieces. And at that moment, you feel a piece of it just rip through you. But you don't know what that means. You just kind of feel, you almost get this sort of like out of body experience. And it's like in Doctor Strange, when he gets the out of body experience, imagine that, but it's not just one perspective that you have, it's several.
Wow.
And at that point, you wake up in the morning, not knowing what the hell that's about, but all you can hear as you're kind of waking up and coming out of this is a very familiar sound of a very familiar man, very angry, possibly busting into the door and saying, "Fools. No." And as you're waking up, kind of like when you're waking up and everything's kind of getting like blurry and, just kind of coming to, there's an individual. Half of his face is flesh and half of his face is skeletal. And with that,
Darn.
we wrap up the session.
Whoa.
Oh,
That's
the
Mark.
genuine
Man.
terror.
Ah.
Was that last bit part of Zed's dream, or was that
Wow, he was waking up.
in?
That's like, when you're trying to hold on to a dream, but it's slipping away because you're waking out of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Okay, so
So it
just
was in the dream.
so for clarification, it's like when we wake up, there isn't this person standing there.
Correct. That was all in the dream. It's just
Okay.
that's the last bit you see as you're trying to hold on to the dream, but you can't hold on to it.
Right. I know what you mean. Damn.
That's it. We're starting a dream journal group this morning. As soon as we wake up, dream journal
No
group,
kidding.
a dream interpretation group.
Damn. You did some work there. Nice job, Cube. Damn.
Yeah, Cube, that was awesome.
Thank you. That was really cool.
Not only providing the library experience, but then having
Dreams for
that.
everybody.
Yeah, that was a trip.
Really cool.
Enough praising me.
Excellent.
Inspiration.
Hmm.
Well, who
I'm
needs
just
it?
a DM, all right. I'm just a guy with a story.
Who did most this session?
Well, who needs one? I need one. Does anyone else need one?
I think most people need one
I
at
think
this
most
point.
of us need them.
Oh, okay. All right.
There was a session where we all used our inspiration, so yeah,
Oh,
And
right. During the.
it's pretty rough.
And coming up soon,
yeah.
it's gonna be use the inspiration before a long rest or lose it, technically.
Oh,
Because
is
that's
that
what the
how it
new
works?
edition's gonna be doing. Yep, they're
Oh,
gonna
is
make
that what
it
they're
so.
doing? You've been reading it? Have you been able to learn about it?
So the new inspiration's gonna be, at least rule as written, is inspiration will reset when you do a long rest.
Wow.
But they also wanted to expand on what inspiration can affect. So it'll
Oh,
be able to like if you want to be like my damage roll is low, I want to use an inspiration on it. Like you can actually do that now, so it's not just limited to a D20 roll. So it's kind of it reduces how long you can hang on to it, but it increases the opportunity for you to actually use it. Because you know,
that's
as they
cool.
said in the interview, funny enough, there was like players already have a lot of opportunity to mulligan rolls as it is. So if we, you know, in my interpretation of it is if they give you guys more things to roll on, then you're probably less likely to just hoard them, especially
Uh-huh.
if they go away for a long rest, like you use them or lose them. But they also
Right.
want to add more ways for you to get them. So like if you roll a natural 20, you can get an inspiration if you do something like especially heroic. That can be an inspiration if you do something that's like very character driven. That could be an inspiration. That's you know that's not one that they could just put in the book. And be like, if they do this and this, then they get this.
Right.
It's
Right.
but the nat 20 is the one mechanical one that's just like, okay, you roll in that 20, you get a heroic inspiration. There's some classes that actually
Oh, very
get those
cool.
more. So just kind of trying to get you guys to remember use your inspirations because I
I
haven't
will
put that
miss
rule in yet,
inspiration.
but that's going to be what's you know may as well start getting used to doing it.
I will miss
Yeah.
the
So
old
that was the
or the
interview,
5e.
right?
Oh,
The old
sorry.
what?
I'll miss the 5e inspiration system. I mean, it's the system I was introduced to, so
I think
Well,
most all of us
how
were.
I've been doing it has been more of a homebrew rule anyway, because how it's written right now is inspiration only gives you advantage on the roll, and you sort of have to declare it before you make the roll. So what I've been doing has just been my own home, sort of like I mean, just kind of the homebrew methodology of it. So inspiration as written is actually kind of just like you have to call, I'm going to use an inspiration on this roll before making the roll, and it only gives you advantage. Whereas I've been doing it like
Oh,
you
wow.
can re-roll it.
Right. Yeah. I like your way better.
But I also like the idea that, you know, you can use an inspiration on like a heal where it's like I'm rolling a d8, oh, I rolled a 1. I want to use my inspiration to re-roll that dice. And
Mhm.
maybe you can get an 8, maybe you get another 1, but
Mhm.
the fact that you can't
You
the fact
actually
that
have
you
a
can't
chance
hoard
to
them
re-roll.
anymore, you know, that's just how they make up for it. They just give you more space to tinker with it.
So
But
you got
anywho,
that out of the interview. I watched part of that, but that was in the interview.
it's both in the interview and pretty much the preview of what's coming up.
Oh, you've seen part of the book?
Yeah, that's some of the stuff that they've released.
Oh, okay. I pre-ordered it, so I'm just waiting for it to show up in September.
Yep, that'll be around the corner. But anywho, voting for inspiration. Who we got? Who we got? Shaw, who you vote for?
Let's see. I'll vote for Opal for having to deal with change.
Opal dealing with changes. I mean,
It's
considering she's an
tough
eternal
one.
being that as long as she's not directly killed, we'll never see the end of time. Yeah, that's a very big thing for her.
All right, 1 for Opal. Inanna.
I think Inanna might be out.
Collapsed. Kozik.
I'll vote for Zed for his solo mission.
All right. Opal. Zed, 1 Opal.
Oh shit, here I was about to speak into a muted microphone. I'll vote for Zed.
2 Zed, 1 Opal. Sorry.
I'm gonna vote for Zed for getting Shaw off that table.
That's 3 Zed and Zed.
I was gonna vote for Cha for ironically jumping up on the bar and and doing all of that, and then
Wow.
also cannonballing into the bathhouse.
Oh yeah.
So that is 3 for Zed.
Thank you. I will click it right now. And I will use it as soon as I can.
Right.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Right.
That was a lot of fun, though. I feel like it's, had a little town session episode, but we learned a lot, and now
Reading
we've got
Rainbow.
right, got a bit of direction.
Rainbow, rainbow. I
So
think
Yeah,
Shaw
we're-
definitely feels benefited to have 3 of his 3 beings all at once, reminding him about a specific goal. It's been
Yeah,
quite the process
dream
to convince
sequence.
Cha to actually release an indeterminately powered being in another realm. It's been a nice slow process, but I think he's on board now.
okay. So hopefully my words came
Wow, so
clearly.
those
Hopefully.
creatures, those like long-limbed, freaky creatures, those are Marn, huh? Do you have any idea what that is?
I
No idea.
know.
I've never even heard of
Um,
anything like that.
All right, y'alls.
I
I'll
was actually very curious as to
let them continue
what Zed's vision or dream was going to be.
as I wrap up here. Thank you guys for being here.
And
Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you.
yeah, it's kind of along the lines of something that I think I might have
Y'alls.
mentioned to Cubed at one point.
Y'alls are cool cats. Thanks for watching. I already said that. We do this every Tuesday, 7:30/7:40 Pacific. And yeah. We'll be back at it tomorrow at 5:30 Pacific. Different group, different style. For those of you who watch this on the YouTube, I come on by Twitch sometime. Say what's up. I don't bite. I usually kind of chit chat. So yeah, y'all are cool. My brain is kind of mush, so I'm gonna wrap up real quick. Ooh, belch. So yeah, I think that's about it. So with that, hope you have a wonderful evening or morning. And I gotta get used to getting back on my work schedule now that I'm back to computer. So yeah, y'all's cool, right? Right? You're cool. Yeah, you are. You know it. And yeah, that's it. All right. Have yourself a good time. And until next time, fare thee well, adventurers. Farewell.